Welcome to the Archive of Nations documentary series, The Origin of the Ancient Hebrews of Antiquity, where we explore factually the origins of the ancient Hebrews and where they are today. We begin with the Kushites after the cataclysm which created the Mediterranean Sea and buried much of the Tamarian culture underwater, and civilization on this side of the world re-emerged under the Kushites of Meroe. We follow their migrations into India and the Dravidian cultures of Harappan and their admixtures producing the Brahmins and further migrations to Arabia to be known as the Adits of old. We then explore the Canaanites and the miscegenation which was taking place in the region producing racial admixtures from the north and cultural diffusion. Nowhere was this more relevant than ancient Sumer into Babylon, which became a great melting pot. This Fertile Crescent region and the cultures of Sumer, Arabia, the Indus Valley and Egypt took their rulership to the Haru principle of kingship. This produced both indigenous kings and foreign kings such as the Hyksos, who were carbon organic Asiatic tribes returning back to Africa. Being classified as foreigners by the indigenous African rulers, these Asiatic carbon organics referred to as blacks were expelled from Egypt with their lepers to Europe via Greece, Italy, Northern Africa and Spain, as well as the administration of Akhenaten, who many believe to be the real Moses story. We explore this further because within our Fallacy of Greece and Rome series we show the connection between Mycenae and Akhenaten, which becomes known as Greco-Egyptians. Now something very overlooked is the admixture which took place by way of tribes from the Americas and related landmasses on the east coast who eventually amalgamated in the melting pots of Harappan, Sumer and the Asiatic regions such as Indonesia, China, etc. These amalgamated tribes of various carbon organic extractions became the 13 tribes of Israel, Ishmael and Midian of the Bible, who were the overseers of solar biology referred to today as lunar astrology. As an amalgamated peoples, these people known as Hebrews due to their migratory lifestyles have been distributed all over the globe from Africa to Europe, the Americas and Asia. The cultures and civilizations they created were hijacked especially by those known today as Khazars or the synagogues of Satan, yet the return of the 144,000 has been foretold, hence the importance of this work. If you like the work we are carrying out, then please like and subscribe to help us grow. Thank you. Now let's begin. Welcome to the webisode, The Carbon Organic Hebrews Are the True Founders of Western Civilization Part 2, The Brahmins' Aryan Deception of the Kushite Hindus. As we continue on from our previous webisode entitled, The Carbon Organic Hebrews Are the True Founders of Western Civilization Part 1, The Kushite Hindu African Origins of the East, we will continue to explore the background of what is referred to as the Israelite Hebrews of carbon organic extraction. These are the progenitors of the Peloponnese who transported with them on their migrations their divinity, cultures, and technologies. We will also explore their constant intermixing with the hybrid Asian albino in their various incarnations, which created a multitude of hybrid cultural influences, which have impacted the globe in the form of the religions of the West being Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, which began as carbon organic variations of ancient culture and was co-opted by the hybrid albinos as methods of mental warfare. The Indus Valley region is a forgotten part of Afarinka, also known as African legacy, as discussed by earlier authors such as Drusilla Houston and Kushite Diop. Make sure to check out our Scholars, Artisans, and Warriors series. Over the last 30 years, there have been plenty of lectures, papers, and now online videos promising to debunk the Aryan invasion theory. The hybrid albino champions of that same Aryan invasion theory have barely noticed this wave of attempted refutations, and certainly haven't felt moved by them to rethink their assumptions. Hybrid albinos and their scholars are, as usual, rewriting history and forcing academia to toe their line that instead of an invasion there was an immigration into India by Aryans, aka white people. For unlike in Europe, where the Aryan is meant to mean white Indo-European speaking, the Indo-European invasion from the steppes in 2800 BCE was a dramatic and sometimes genocidal event. Yet India presents no evidence at all of such foreign conquest in the period considered. So Western academic deceivers shifted to the thesis of a subtle infiltration under the archaeological radar, yet revolutionary in its impact, unlike the Scythians, Greeks, Huns, or Kushanas. These intruders apparently succeeded in not just conserving their language and religion, but imposing both on the far more numerous natives. In the usual hybrid albino fashion of utilizing words of deception, the word invasion is not about the means used, but the resulting power equation. It's an immigration if the foreigners adapt, but an invasion if they take power. The Indo-European language family was discovered by a French Jesuit living in South India, Gaston Laurent Cordoue. In 1767, he sent a paper to the Academy in Paris in which he showed the close kinship of Sanskrit with Latin and Greek. The French freethinker Voltaire soon publicized it and concluded that European culture and its treasures had originated on the banks of the Ganges. This was taken over by other leading intellectuals like Immanuel Kant, and note that they spontaneously assumed India as the land of origin of the Indo-European family. The Out of India theory is not a recent concoction by Hindu nationalists, as widely alleged, but was thought up by 18th century Europeans and referred to as indigenous Aryanism, also known as the indigenous Aryans theory and related to the Out of India theory. This is the conviction that the Aryans are indigenous to the Indian subcontinent, and that the Indo-European languages radiated out from a homeland in India into their present locations. In India, the new insight was given currency by Justice William Jones speaking in Kolkata 1786, and within his speech he gave admiration for the Sanskrit language which he deemed superior to Latin and Greek. Indomania was widespread at the time, best represented by Friedrich Schlegel's 1808 book Language and Wisdom of the Indians. However, another consideration started to undermine the dominant position of the Out of India theory. Linguists realized that Sanskrit was not the mother but merely an elder sister of the other branches. There was a distance between the putative language of origin Proto-Indo-European and Vedic Sanskrit, and this translated into a possible distance between the homeland and India. August Schlegel's proposal in 1834 was that the homeland lay in or near the Caucasus Mountains. Biblically minded hybrid albinos in search of a homeland had already thought of Armenia, where Noah's Ark had supposedly landed, in order to lay evidence that the so-called Aryans, falsely translated as the white race, were deemed the descendants of Noah's son Japheth. Successive homeland theories after this would rarely move away sharply from the Caucasus area. Since Gordon Child's choice in 1926 for the Don Volga region, this area has mostly remained the favorite, today known as the Amnaya, Pitgrave, culture. The defense of the Out of India theory was taken up again by Europeans living in India. The most prominent and surprising figure here is Mount Stuart Elphinstone, a proverbial colonialist. After his retirement as governor of Bombay, he wrote a history of India. Among his arguments, the most compelling is that no Hindu scripture gives any indication of a foreign origin. There is no reason whatever for thinking that the Hindus ever inhabited any country but their present. In the mid-19th century, two developments served as nails in its coffin of the Out of India theory. One was the start of linguistic paleontology, the science of discovering a language's habitat from its vocabulary. Thus, it was realized that Proto-Indo-European flourished in a society familiar with wheeled transport. 6 words for the cart and its parts exist throughout the daughter languages and must have existed in Proto-Indo-European. So what is this Out of India, and why do the hybrid albinos, especially among the low vibrational members of their societies referred to as racists, patriots, or ethno-nationalists, continue to cling to an outdated theory that they still present as facts? The two theories which have been advanced is the Indo-Aryan migration theory and the Out of India theory. The Indo-Aryan migration theory suggests that the Vedic vision developed in Central Asia around the region of the carbon organic kingdoms of Mitanni, modern-day northern Iraq, Syria, and Turkey, and arrived in India during the decline of the carbon organic Indus Valley Civilization sometime between 2000 to 1500 BCE. The Out of India theory claims the carbon organic Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, developed the Vedic vision, exported it to Central Asia, and watched it return in a modified form with the hybrid albino Indo-Aryan migration. The Out of India theory is generally dismissed as lacking substantial evidence and essentially agreeing with the Indo-Aryan migration theory that the belief structure developed in Central Asia. In 19th century Indo-European studies, the language of the Rigveda was the most archaic Indo-European language known to scholars, indeed the only records of Indo-European that could reasonably claim to date to the Bronze Age. This primacy of Sanskrit inspired scholars such as Friedrich Schlegel to assume that the locus of the Proto-Indo-European homeland had been in India, with the other dialects spread to the west by historical migration. In the 1850s, Max Muller introduced the notion of two Aryan races, a Western and an Eastern one, which migrated from the Caucasus into Europe and India respectively. Muller dichotomized the two groups, ascribing greater prominence and value to the Western branch. Nevertheless, this Eastern branch of the Aryan race was more powerful than the indigenous Eastern natives, who were easy to conquer. They drew this conclusion due to the factor that there was the appearance of Veda translations which followed the then emerging racial paradigm. Thus, in the rich Vedic description of the Battle of the Ten Kings, it was stated that the enemies were black aboriginals. In reality, the names of the kings and of their tribes, most notably Dasa, Dasyu, are carbon organic or the black tribe. Hindus, whom are also 6 ether beings, would try to make you believe that the black aboriginals or the black Dasa tribe is a mistranslation of the word. These Hindus are just as demonic and lie like their hybrid albino children. These Hindu authors claim that the characterization as the black tribe is a mistranslation and the word Asikni does not refer to a skin color, but to the area they come from, the basin of the Black River, the Vedic name of the Chenab. Yet with a little research, of which the Archive of Nations prioritizes, we find in Hindu mythology, Asikni, meaning the dark one or night, also known as Panchajani and Virani, is a consort of Diksha in the Puranic pantheon. The Sanskrit word Asikni means dark or night. It can also refer to a girl attending woman's apartment. The word is used in the Rigveda, circa 1500 BCE, to describe the river Chenab. By the 1880s, Max Muller's ideas had been adapted by racist ethnologists. For example, as an exponent of race science, colonial administrator Herbert Hope Risley, 1851 to 1911, used the ratio of nose width to height to divide Indian people into Aryan and Dravidian races, as well as 7 castes. When similarities between Sanskrit, Greek and Latin were discovered by William Jones, a suggestion of monogenesis, single origin, was formulated for these languages as well as their speakers. In the latter part of the 19th century, it was thought that language, culture, and race were interrelated, and the notion of biological race came to the forefront. The presumed Aryan race, which originated the Indo-European languages, was prominent among such races, and was deduced to be further subdivided into European Aryans and Asian Aryans, each with their own homelands. Max Muller, who translated the Rigveda during 1849 to 1874, postulated the lie of an original homeland for all Aryans in Central Asia, from which a northern branch migrated to Europe and a southern branch to India and Iran. The Aryans were presumed to be fair-complexioned Indo-European speakers who conquered the dark-skinned Dasas of India. The upper castes, particularly the Brahmins, were thought to be of Aryan descent, whereas the lower castes and Dalits, known as untouchables, were thought to be the descendants of Dasas. The Aryan theory served politically to suggest a common ancestry and dignity between the Indians and the British. Keshab Chunder Sen spoke of British rule in India as a reunion of parted cousins. Indian nationalist Bal Gangadhar Tilak endorsed the antiquity of Rigveda, dating it to 4500 BCE. He placed the homeland of the Aryans somewhere close to the North Pole. From there, Aryans were believed to have migrated south in the post-glacial age, branching into a European branch that relapsed into barbarism and an Indian branch that retained the original, superior civilization. Christian missionaries such as John Muir and John Wilson highlighted what they saw as the oppression of lower castes by upper castes, which they attributed to the Aryan invasions. Jayadaba Phule argued that the Dasas and Sudras were indigenous to the land, whereas Brahmins were Aryan and outsiders. The Theosophical Society held that the Aryans were indigenous to India, but that they were also the progenitors of the European civilization. The society saw a dichotomy between the spiritualism of India and the materialism of Europe. In books such as The Myth of the Aryan Invasion of India and In Search of the Cradle of Civilization, 1995, Frawley criticizes the 19th century racial interpretations of Indian prehistory, such as the theory of conflict between invading hybrid albinos falsely referred to as Aryans and Dravidians. Graham Hancock in 2002 quotes Frawley's historical work extensively for the proposal of highly evolved ancient civilizations prior to the end of the last glacial period, including in India. The idea of an Aryan invasion was fueled by the discovery of the Indus Valley, Harappan, civilization, which declined around the period of the Indo-Aryan migration, suggesting a destructive invasion. This argument was developed by the mid-20th century archaeologist Mortimer Wheeler, who interpreted the presence of many unburied corpses found in the top levels of Mohenjo-Daro as the victims of conquests. He famously stated that the Vedic god Indra stands accused of the destruction of the Indus civilization. Now let's explore these so-called black tribes, as within part 1 of this series we showed the relationship with the Horn of Africa and the Indian subcontinent. According to Dr. Clive Winters, Ethiopians have had very intimate relations with Indians. In fact, in antiquity the Ethiopians known as Ethiopians ruled much of India, as discussed within our previous webisode. These Ethiopians were called the Naga, and it was the Naga who created Sanskrit. A reading of ancient Dravidian literature which dates back to 500 BC gives us considerable information on the Naga. In Indian tradition, the Naga won central India from the Vilavar meaning bowman and Meenavar meaning fisherman. The Naga were great seamen who ruled much of India, Sri Lanka and Burma, and they were described as half man and snake. The Tamil, a Dravidian ethnic group who natively speak the Tamil language and trace their ancestry mainly to the southern part of the Indian subcontinent, knew them as warlike people who used the bow and noose. The earliest mention of the Naga appear in the Ramayana. They are also mentioned in the Mahabharata. In the Mahabharata we discover that the Naga had the capital city in the Deccan, and other cities spread between the Jumna and Ganges as early as 1300 BC. The Dravidian classic, the Kilapathikaran, made it clear that the first great kingdom of India was Naganadu. The Naga initially came from Kushite Ethiopia. The land of Punt was an ancient kingdom known from ancient Egyptian trade records. It produced and exported gold, aromatic resins, blackwood, ebony, ivory, and wild animals. Recent evidence locates it in northwestern Eritrea. It is possible that it includes or corresponds to Opone, as later known by the ancient Greeks, while some biblical scholars have identified it with the biblical land of Phut or Havilah. At times Punt is referred to as Ta-Netjer, land of the god. The exact location of Punt is debated by historians. Various locations have been offered: southeast of Egypt, a coastal region south of it along the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean, and present-day northeast Sudan, Eritrea, northeast Ethiopia, Djibouti, and northern Somalia, including Somaliland and both the Horn of Africa and the area across the sea, and southern Arabia. At times, the ancient Egyptians called Punt Ta-Netjer, meaning God's land. Older literature maintained that the label God's land, when interpreted as Holy Land or land of the gods/ancestors, meant that the ancient Egyptians viewed the land of Punt as their ancestral homeland. W. M. Flinders Petrie believed that the dynastic race came from or through Punt, and that Pan, or Punt, was a district at the south end of the Red Sea, which probably embraced both the African and Arabian shores. Moreover, E. A. Wallace Budge stated that Egyptian tradition of the dynastic period held that the aboriginal home of the Egyptians was Punt. James Breasted in 1906 argued that the term Ta-Netjer was not only applied to Punt, located southeast of Egypt, but also to regions of Asia east and northeast of Egypt, such as Lebanon, which was the source of wood for temples. The Puntites were the greatest sailors of the ancient world. In the Egyptian inscriptions there is mention of the Puntite ports of Outkulit, Hemisu, and Tekuru, which corresponds to Adulis, Hamasin, and Tigray. In Sumerian text, it is claimed that the Puntites traded with the people of the Indus Valley or Dilmun. According to S. N. Kramer and the Sumerians, part of Punt was probably called Maluha, and Dilmun was probably the ancient name of the Indus Valley. Ancient Ethiopian traditions support the rule of Puntites or Ethiopians of India. In the Kebra Nagast, we find mention of the Arwe kings who ruled India. The founder of the dynasty was Za-Besai Angabo. This dynasty, according to the Kebra Nagast, began around 1370 BC. These rulers of India and Ethiopia were called Nagas. In Sanskrit, a Naga is a snake, most often depicted by the Indian cobra. Sometimes the word Naga is also used generically to mean snake. Alternatively, an Indo-European etymology as a hairless, naked animal, cognate to English naked, Nagas, as a serpent-shaped group of deities that often take form as cobras, are prominent in Hindu iconography throughout Hindu texts, especially in the first book of the Mahabharata, and in local folk traditions of worship. In some regions of the Himalaya, Nagas are regarded as the divine rulers of the region. Ancient Sanskrit texts such as the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and the Puranas describe the Nagas as a powerful, splendid and proud semi-divine species that can assume their physical form either as human, often with a halo of cobra hoods behind their head, as a partially human serpent, or as a whole serpent. Their domain is in the enchanted underworld, the underground realm filled with gems, gold, and other earthly treasures called Nagaloka or Patalaloka. They are also often associated with bodies of water, including rivers, lakes, seas, and wells, and are guardians of treasure. Their power and venom make them potentially dangerous to humans. However, in Hindu mythology, they often take the role of benevolent protagonists. In South India, termite hills are believed to be the dwelling place of female Nagmamas, whereas Himalayan nags and naginis, such as Nai Devi of Pindar Valley, are worshipped as underworld beings protecting water resources and the well-being of village and valley. The Mahabharata epic is the first text that introduces Nagas. It describes them in detail and narrates their stories. As in Hinduism, the Buddhist Naga generally has sometimes been portrayed as a human being with a snake or dragon extending over his head. In Thailand and Java, the Naga is a wealthy underworld deity. For Malay sailors, Nagas are a type of dragon with many heads. In Laos, they are beaked water serpents. In Tibet, they are said to be found in waterways and underground locations, and are susceptible to the suffering caused by human carelessness towards the natural environment. The Naga people were believed to be an ancient tribe and origins of Sri Lanka. According to V. Kanakasabai, the Oliar, Parathavar, Maravar, and Ainar, who were widespread across South India and northeast Sri Lanka, are all Naga tribes. There are references to them in several ancient texts such as Mahavamsa, Manimiklai, and also in other Sanskrit and Pali literature. They are generally represented as a class of superhumans taking the form of serpents who inhabit a subterranean world. In Cambodia, stories of Nagas have been part of Khmer society for thousands of years, dating back to the Funan era. According to the Chinese history book of Liang, the people of Funan made a woman their monarch, and then she surrendered to a foreign man named Hunshan and was married to him. According to reports from two Chinese envoys, Kang Tai and Zhu Ying, the state of Funan was established in the 1st century CE when an Indian prince from ancient Kalinga named Kondinya I married a Naga princess named Soma, meaning daughter of the moon god. The merchant Kondinya, who became the co-founder of the Funan kingdom, centered in modern Cambodia, after he married the local Naga princess Soma, also has his origins from the ancient Kalinga region. According to scholar R.C. Majumdar, the 8th century CE Shailendra dynasty of Java likely originated from Kalinga, and the dynasty was also powerful in Cambodia and the Kampa, Annam, region. In the Philippines, according to Eric Casino, a king of Butuan was called Kailing. Butuan was described as a Hindu kingdom in alliance with Cebu. The chief or king of Butuan named Kailing sent an envoy under Isuhan with a formal memorial requesting equal status in court protocol with the Kampa envoy. Casino posited that the king was not of Visayan origin but was rather of Indian origin, basing solely on the likelihood that the name Kailing was the same as the Malay term Kaling, which refers to Indians. Derived from Kalinga is the still current term Kaling or Kling, used in parts of Southeast Asia to denote a person of the Indian subcontinent or Indian diaspora, and at present having some derogatory and pejorative connotations, especially in Malaysia. Researcher Eric Casino believes the name Kailing is not of Visayan origin but rather Indian, because Kailing refers to the people of India. The Sejarah Malayu, Malay Annals, of the nearby country of Malaysia refers to the similarly worded Kaling as immigrant people from India. A quick research into the origins of the Visayans once again proves the carbon-organic origins of the people whom inhabited the region in ancient times, and their descendants still remain to this very day. The Visayas or the Visayan Islands are one of the three principal geographical divisions of the Philippines. The major islands of the Visayas are Panay, Negros, Cebu, Bohol, Leyte, and Samar. Visayan were first referred to by the general term pintados, the painted ones, by the Spanish, in reference to the prominent practice of full-body tattooing. Negros is one of the many islands of the Visayas, in the central part of the country. The predominant inhabitants of the island region are mainly called Negrense. Negros was originally called Buglas, an old Hiligaynon word thought to mean cut off, as the island was thought to have been separated from a larger landmass. It was also known as Mamalan and Panalugan among Cebuano-speaking Visayans. Among its earliest inhabitants were the Aboriginal Ada, one of several Negrito indigenous peoples dispersed throughout Southeast Asia that possesses a unique culture. The term Negrito, little black person, refers to several diverse ethnic groups who inhabit isolated parts of Southeast Asia and the Andaman Islands. Populations often described as Negrito include the Andamanese peoples, including the Great Andamanese, the Onge, the Jarawa, and the Sentinelese of the Andaman Islands, the Semang peoples, among them, the Batak people of Peninsular Malaysia, the Manik people of southern Thailand, as well as the Ida of Luzon, the Adi and Tumandak of Panay, the Mamanwa of Mindanao, and about 30 other officially recognized ethnic groups in the Philippines. Upon arriving on the island in April 1565, the Spanish colonizers called the land Negros after the dark-skinned natives they had observed. Based on perceived physical similarities, Negritos were once considered a single population of closely related people. However, genetic studies suggest that they consist of several separate groups descended from the same ancient East Eurasian metapopulation that gave rise to modern East Asian peoples and Oceanian peoples, as well as displaying genetic heterogeneity. The Negritos formed the indigenous population of Southeast Asia, but were largely absorbed by Austroasiatic and Austronesian-speaking groups who migrated from southern East Asia into mainland and insular Southeast Asia with the Neolithic expansion. The remainders form minority groups in geographically isolated regions. A Negrito-like population was most likely also present in Taiwan before the Neolithic expansion and must have persisted into historical times, as suggested by evidence from morphological features of human skeletal remains dating from around 6,000 years ago resembling Negritos, especially Itis in northern Luzon, and further corroborated by Chinese reports from the Qing period rule of Taiwan, 1684 to 1895. There are also tales by Taiwanese indigenous peoples about people with dark skin, short and small body stature, frizzy hair, and occupation in forested mountains or remote caves. The Adi are a Negrito ethnic group and indigenous peoples in the Visayan Islands of the Philippines. Their small numbers are principally concentrated on the islands of Boracay, Panay, and Negros. They are genetically related to other Negrito ethnic groups in the Philippines such as the Ida of Luzon, the Batak of Palawan, the Agta of the Sierra Madres, and the Mamanwa of Mindanao. The Negritos are the descendants of the same early East Eurasian metapopulation, which also gave rise to modern East Asians and Australasians, among other populations of the Asia-Pacific region. The earliest modern human migrations into the Philippine archipelago were during the Paleolithic, around 40,000 years ago, followed by two other migration waves between 25,000 and 12,000 years ago, through the Sundaland land bridges that linked the islands with the Asian mainland. The latest migration wave is associated with the Austronesian peoples 7,000 years ago from Taiwan. The Philippine Negritos display relatively closer genetic affinity towards different Eastern Asian populations, prehistoric Hoabinian samples, as well as to the indigenous people of New Guinea and Aboriginal Australians, from which they diverged around 40,000 years ago, and also display genetic substructure along a north to south cline, suggesting their ancestral population diverged into two subgroups after the initial peopling of the Philippines. Furthermore, they display high percentages of Denisovan gene flow. While some Southeast Asian Negrito populations carry Denisovan admixture, others, such as the Andamanese, have none. In addition, low traces of Denisovan-derived ancestry have been found in mainland Asia, with an elevated Denisovan ancestry in South Asian populations compared to other mainland populations. Exploring derived alleles from Denisovans, Sankararaman et al., 2016, estimated that the date of Denisovan admixture was 44,000 to 54,000 years ago. They also determined that the Denisovan admixture was the greatest in Oceanian populations compared to other populations with observed Denisovan ancestry, i.e. America, Central Asia, East Asia, and South Asia. A study in 2021 analyzing archaic ancestry in 118 Philippine ethnic groups discovered an independent admixture event into Philippine Negritos from Denisovans. The Ada-Magbukan in particular were found to possess the highest level of Denisovan ancestry in the world. Ida, Agta, and Dumagat are collective terms for several indigenous peoples who live in various parts of Luzon Islands in the Philippines. They are included in the wider Negrito grouping of South and Southeast Asia, with whom they share superficial common physical characteristics such as dark skin tones, short statures, frizzy to curly hair, and a higher frequency of naturally lighter hair color, blondism, relative to the general population. They are thought to be among the earliest inhabitants of the Philippines, preceding the Austronesian migrations. Regardless, the modern Ida populations have significant Austronesian admixture and speak Austronesian languages. The endonyms of most of the various Ida peoples are derived from Proto-Malayo-Polynesian word ta, also reconstructed as Ada meaning dark-skinned person. Lawrence A. Reed wrote that ta may have originally been the Negrito word for person in northern Luzon, but was adopted into Austronesian languages with the meaning of dark-skinned person, after the arrival of Austronesian migrants to the Philippines from Taiwan. A common folk etymology is that the name Ida is derived from item or item meaning black. Mining, deforestation, illegal logging, and slash-and-burn farming have caused the indigenous population in the country to steadily decrease to the point where they number only in the thousands today. The Philippine government affords them little or no protection, and the Ida have become extremely nomadic due to social and economic strain on their culture and way of life that had previously remained unchanged for thousands of years. Now we have explored the male lineage and shown them to be carbon organic progenitors of the region whose descendants still live in these environments. Do not be fooled, as the hybrid albino Asiatics are just as wicked as their hybrid albino European pale cousins. Now let's return to the female carbon organic lineage. Soma was the ruler of the kingdom of Funan and widely claimed as the first monarch of Cambodia, reigned 1st century. She was also the first female leader of Cambodia. As per the legends, an Indian merchant ship was attacked by the pirates led by Soma, daughter of the chieftain of the local Naga clan. The merchants led by Kondinya fought back and fended off the attackers, but the ship had been damaged and was beached for repairs. The Indians were wary of a second attack, but Princess Soma was impressed by Kondinya's bravery and proposed marriage, which was accepted. The union led to the foundation of the house that became the royal dynasty of Funan, which would rule the region for many generations, and the royal legitimacy was also acquired through the female line in the kingdom. This also explains the reason why the serpent, Naga, became an important part of Khmer iconography, as is seen 1,000 years later when this historic mystical union remained an important part of the court ceremonies at Angkor during the era of the Khmer Empire. Newly discovered DNA evidence suggests there is some truth to the Khmer creation mythology. DNA sample taken from a protohistoric individual from the Wat Kamnu cemetery at the Angkor Boreai site in Cambodia contains substantial level of South Asian admixture. Radiocarbon dating results on the human bone indicate that this individual lived during the early period of Funan. Here is a brief genetic overview of ancient Southeast Asians in a report entitled, Ancient DNA from Protohistoric Period Cambodia indicates that South Asians admixed with local populations as early as 1st to 3rd century CE. We explored genetic ancestry of this individual and other ancient individuals from Southeast Asia for whom published genetic data of acceptable quality were available. We computed principal components using present-day populations from Europe, from East, Southeast, South, and Central Asia, the Andaman Islands, and Siberia, and projected 28 ancient individuals onto these principal components. The results reveals 3 clusters of individuals: East and Southeast Asian, European, and Andamanese Negrito. South Asian populations form a cline between the European and Andamanese Negrito clusters, with populations from Pakistan and northern India lying closer to the European cluster, in line with previous studies on the population genetics of South Asia. The admixture analysis also indicates that this individual stands out among Southeast Asians since his genome harbors a high proportion of both blue and gray ancestry components, maximized in European and Andamanese populations, respectively. Both components are also prominent in South Asian populations. The red component, which is maximized in African populations, is ubiquitously present in a trace amount in all ancient groups. The location and date, 1st to 3rd century of the individual ABM 40/I 1680 fit the early period of Funan, an early state in the territories of Cambodia and Vietnam. Chinese written sources documented that the Funan dynasty was established by an Indian Brahmin named Kondinya and a local princess named Soma. Archaeological evidence from glass and stone beads recovered from the Mekong Delta and peninsular Thailand and archaeobotanical remains suggests the possibility of multi-ethnic residence in areas of protohistoric mainland Southeast Asia whose populations engaged in maritime trade. Collectively, these data suggest some level of Indian cultural influence in the Mekong Delta in the 1st to 3rd century. The only plausible South Asian genetic sources for the individual from Funan, inferred by the report, are populations from southern India. Even though the results suggest that South Indian populations are by far the most plausible surrogates for this individual, we caution that the actual ancient sources possibly had a genetic profile different to the present-day South Asian populations we used for the analysis. Consensus now holds that the early first millennium Mekong Delta kingdoms associated with the Chinese named Funan were the predecessor states for the Angkorian Empire. The Khyber Nagast claims that Queen Makeda had servants and merchants. They traded for her at sea and on land in the Indies and Aswan. It also says that her son Hakim or Menelik I made a campaign in the Indian Sea and the King of India made gifts and donations and prostrated himself before him. It is also said that Menelik ruled an empire that extended from the rivers of Egypt, the Blue Nile to the west and from the south to eastern India, according to the Khyber Nagast. The Khyber Nagast identification of an Eastern Indian empire ruled by the Naga corresponds to the Naga colonies in the Deccan and on the east coast between the Kaveri and Vaigai rivers. The major Naga tribes were the Maravar, Ainar, Oliar, Oviar, Aruvalar, and Parathavar. In the Kalatokai 4:1-5, the Naga are described as beings of strong limbs and hardy frames and fierce-looking as tigers wearing long and curled locks of hair. The Naga kings of Sri Lanka are mentioned in the Mahawanso and are said to have later become Dravidians, as testified to by the names of these people, Naganathan, Nagaratnam, Nagaraja, and etc. The major gift of the Naga to India was the writing system, Nagari, which is the name for the Sanskrit script. Over 100 years ago, Sir William Jones pointed out that the ancient Ethiopic and Sanskrit writing are one and the same. William Jones explained that the Ethiopian origin of Sanskrit was supported by the fact that in both writing systems the writing went from left to right and the vowels were annexed to the consonants. Today, Eurocentric scholars teach that Indians taught writing to the Ethiopians, yet the name Nagari for Sanskrit betrays the Ethiopian origin of this form of writing. Moreover, it is interesting to note that Sanskrit vowels are in the same order as G's. The Ethiopian script has influenced many other writing systems. Y.M. Kobishner, in the UNESCO History of Africa, maintains that Ethiopic was used as the model for Armenian writing, as was many of the Transcaucasian scripts. Dravidian literature indicate that the Naga may have introduced worship of Kali, the serpent, Murugan, and the sun or Krishna. It is interesting to note that a god called Murugan is worshipped by many people in East Africa. It is also interesting that Krishna, who was associated with the sun, means black. This is analogous to the meaning of Khans of the Kushites. Homer described Hercules as follows: black he stood as night, his bow unkissed, his arrow string for flight. This mention of arrows identifies the Kushites as warriors who used the bow, a common weapon of the Kushites and the Naga. The Naga or Ethiopians were defeated by Dravidian-speaking people from Kumarinadu. Kumarinadu is supposed to have formerly existed as a large island in the Indian Ocean which connected India with East Africa. This landmass is mentioned in the Silapatikaram, which said that Cameronado was made up of 7 nadus or regions. The Dravidian scholars Adiarkunalar and Nakanar wrote about the ancient principalities of Tamilaham, which existed on Kumarinadu. Kumarinadu was ruled by the Pandyans/Pandyans at Madurai before it sunk beneath the sea. The greatest king of Kumarinadu was Sangun. According to Dravidian scholars, the Pandyans worshipped the goddess Kumari Amman. This Amman probably corresponds to the ancient god Amon of the Kushites. The Kalatokai 104 makes it clear that after the Pandyaans were forced to migrate off their island home into South India to compensate for the area lost to the great waves of the sea, King Pandya moved to the other countries and won them. Removing the emblems of tiger and bow, he in their place inscribed his reputed emblem fish and valiantly made his enemies bow to him. Kumari Kandam is a continent, believed to be lost with an ancient civilization, supposedly located south of the Indian subcontinent in the Indian Ocean. In the 19th century, some European and American scholars speculated the existence of a submerged continent called Lemuria to explain geological and other similarities between Africa, Australia, the Indian subcontinent, and Madagascar. A section of Tamil revivalists adapted this theory, connecting it to the Pandyan legends of lands lost to the ocean, as described in ancient Tamil and Sanskrit literature. This we will delve into further when we connect Lemuria, which is the same as Cameroonidu and the Americas, to the Hebrew narrative in latter webisodes. Now, let's take a look at another very comprehensive document from the esteemed scholar Dr. Clive Winters in regard to the Nagas. We suggest that you seek out his work, as it is going to clarify much of what we are presenting in regard to the matter of the relationship between the ancient Kushites and the early Indus Valley region referred to as Dravidians, and the Harappan civilization. The Kushites lived in Africa and Eurasia, yet the Kushites originated in Africa. Researchers have observed that many of the Caucasus hunter-gatherers and early European farmers' populations carried R1A and R1B clades and cultivated millet, which was not cultivated in Central Asia and the Middle East until thousands of years after it was cultivated at Nabta Playa in Africa, and in the Ukraine by Caucasus hunter-gatherers and early European farming populations, whom were all carbon organics. Interestingly, the Caucasian hunter-gatherers carried the R1B1 and R1B1A lineages. Some researchers claim that these clades are distant relatives of V88, and that V88 is the result of a back migration from Eurasia to Central Africa. The archaeological evidence, on the other hand, lacks any corroboration of a back migration from Eurasia. Instead, the archaeogenetic evidence indicates that Niger-Congo-speaking Africans from North Africa and the Sahara-Sahel, called Kushites in the historical literature, early settled Crete, Iberia, and Anatolia, and that these Africans introduced R1B, the bell beaker, and the agro-pastoral cultural traditions into Eurasia during the Neolithic. The linguistic, anthropological, and linguistic data make it clear that the Dravidian people came to India from Africa during the Neolithic and not the Holocene period. Controversy surrounds the origin of the Dravidian languages. Winters, 1989, 2002, outlines the alleged relationship of Dravidian languages to Elamite, Sumerian, and Japanese. Although the relationship of Dravidian languages to these languages is disputed, there is abundant evidence that Dravidian languages are genetically related to the Niger-Congo group. Aravanan 1979, 1980, Hamburger 1948, 1957, Surgent, 1992, Upadhyaya, 1976, 1979, Winters 1985, 1988, 1989, 2002. In the subcontinent of India, there were several main groups. The traditional view for the population origins in India suggests that the earliest inhabitants of India were the Negritos, and this was followed by the Proto-Australoid, the Mongoloid, and the so-called Mediterranean type, which represent the ancient Egyptians and Kushites. The Proto-Dravidians were probably one of the cattle herding groups that made up the C group culture of Nubia Kush. B. Lal, 1963, an Indian Egyptologist, has shown conclusively that the Dravidians originated in the Saharan area 5,000 years ago. He claims they came from Kush, in the fertile African crescent, and were related to the C group people who founded the Kerma dynasty in the 3rd millennium BC. The Dravidians used a common black and red pottery, which spread from Nubia, through modern Ethiopia, Arabia, Iran into India as a result of the Proto-Saharan dispersal. B. Lal, 1963, a leading Indian archaeologist in India, has observed that the black and red ware dating to the Kerma dynasty of Nubia is related to the Dravidian megalithic pottery. Singh, 1982, believes that this pottery radiated from Nubia to India. This pottery, along with wavy line pottery, is associated with the Saharo-Sudanese pottery tradition of ancient Africa. Aryan, 1980, has written extensively on the African and Dravidian relations. He has illustrated that the Africans and Dravidians share many physical similarities, including the dolichocephalic indexes, Platyrrhine nasal index, stature, and blood type. Aryan, 1980. Aryan also presented much evidence for analogous African and Dravidian cultural features, including the chipping of incisor teeth and the use of the lost wax process to make bronze works of arts. There are also similarities between the Dravidian and African religions. For example, both groups held a common interest in the cult of the serpent and believed in a supreme god who lived in a place of peace and tranquility. There are also affinities between the names of many gods, including Aman, Amma, and Murugan. Murugan, the Dravidian god of the mountains, parallels a common god in East Africa worshipped by 25 ethnic groups called Murungu, the god who resides in the mountains. There is physical evidence which suggests an African origin for the Dravidians. The Dravidians live in South India. The Dravidian ethnic group includes the Tamil, Kuruk, Malayalam, Kannada, Kannarese, Tulu, Telugu, etc. Some researchers, due to the genetic relationship between the Dravidians and Niger-Congo-speaking groups, they call the Indians the Sudroid. Dravidian languages are predominantly spoken in southern India and Sri Lanka. These languages are genetically related to African languages. The Dravidians are remnants of the ancient black population who occupied most of ancient Asia and Europe and would be the original Aryans of the region, as free civilized nobles. Now let's clear up the term Aryan that has been co-opted by the lowest mental manifestations of the hybrid albino. The term Aryan was understood as a class of people meaning free or noble and had nothing to do with race. A number of scholars, starting with Adolphe Pictet, 1799 to 1875, have proposed to derive Arya from the reconstructed Proto-Indo-European term heroes or herios, variously translated as a member of one's own group, peer, freeman, as host, guest, kinsman, or as lord, ruler. In ancient India, the term was used by the Indo-Aryan peoples of the Vedic period, both as an endonym and in reference to a region called Aryavarta, land of the Aryans, where their culture emerged. The view of many modern scholars is that the ethos of the ancient Aryan identity, as it is described in the Avesta and the Rigveda, was religious, cultural, and linguistic, and was not tied to the concept of race. Historians with a racialized worldview only made the association of Aryan with light-skinned races in the 18th and 19th century CE. The carbon organic Indus Valley civilization was among the most advanced of the ancient world. Aryan is a designation originally meaning civilized, noble, or free without reference to any ethnicity. It was first applied as a self-identifying term by a carbon organic migratory group of people from Central Asia, later known as Indo-Iranians, who settled on the Iranian or Persian plateau, and, later, the term applied to carbon organic Kushite Indo-Aryans or noble Kushites from the Indus Valley, who traveled south to settle northern India. The word had no widespread ethnic connotation prior to the 19th century CE other than its usage by the Persians known as Iranians from the root Aryans to distinguish themselves from their Muslim Arab conquerors in the 7th century CE, and even then it could be argued it was not so much an ethnic distinction as one of class and personhood, as the original Arabs were also carbon organic tribes, families, and clans before invasion and miscegenation by the hybrid Asian albino tribes. Prior to the conquest, carbon organic Persia had been the land of the Aryans or nobles. Aryan became associated with ethnicity and, especially, with light-skinned Caucasian superiority only after Western European scholars began translating, and often purposely misinterpreting, Sanskrit texts in the 18th and more extensively in the 19th centuries. Theories had been advanced earlier regarding a correlation between Sanskrit and European languages, but this concept was popularized by the Anglo-Welsh philologist Sir William Jones 1746 to 1794 CE in 1786 CE, who claimed there was a common source for these languages which he called Proto-Indo-European. Jones' claim inspired later writers to falsely identify this common source and encouraged the French elitist Joseph Arthur de Gobineau 1816 to 1882 to develop the racist theories concerning Aryan blood and white supremacy, which would become popularized in Germany through the works of Houston Stewart Chamberlain 1855 to 1927 CE. the British-born political philosopher who would become Adolf Hitler's mentor and inspiration, as well as informing the ideology and work of Alfred Rosenberg 1893 to 1946, which empowered the Nazi Party in Germany 1930 to 1945. Through the work of his later followers, such as the British-German philosopher Houston Stewart Chamberlain, Gobineau's theory proved to be particularly popular among European racial supremacists, and ultimately laid the foundation for Nazi racial theories, which also co-opted the concept of scientific racism. In Nazi Germany, and also in German-occupied Europe during World War II, any citizen who was classified as an Aryan would be honored as a member of the master race of humanity. The genocides and other large-scale atrocities that have been committed by Aryanists have led academic figures to generally avoid using Aryan as a standalone ethno-linguistic term, particularly in the Western world. The works of every contributor to a definition of Aryan as referencing Caucasian have been dismissed as either misguided, misinterpretations, or intentionally racist. Jones' claim would also influence the work of the German philologist Max Muller, 1823 to 1900, who, in attempting to identify this common source via the Rig Veda and the history of the Indus Valley Civilization, created the myth of an Aryan invasion of the region, which claimed light-skinned Aryans conquered darker-skinned indigenous people and established high civilization, an interpretation of his work, which Muller himself never intended and, in fact, repudiated. The correct interpretation is really as follows: barbaric hybrid albinos invaded the lands of the civilized, noble and free carbon organic Kushites and destroyed the high civilizations founded by carbon organic peoples. The work of Gobineau, Chamberlain, and the Aryan invasion claim would be embraced by the British throughout the 19th and 20th centuries CE to justify their control of India, as they were now the Aryans, a so-called superior race, who were bringing culture and civilization to the less fortunate. This view was encouraged and popularized by the work of the British archaeologist Sir Mortimer Wheeler 1890 to 1976 CE, who excavated the ancient Indus Valley civilization cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, and claimed his finds supported Muller's Aryan invasion theory. Just as the fair-skinned Aryans of old had brought civilization to India according to the Leingamen and British scholars, Wheeler claimed, so now had the British. Scholar Kaveh Farid comments, the word Aryan means noble, lord, or freeman in old Iranian languages and has very little to do with Eurocentric doctrines of Nordic racial supremacy, these being first formulated by 19th century racialist philosophers such as Chamberlain. The archaeologist J. P. Mallory states that, as an ethnic designation, the word Aryan is most properly limited to the original indigenous carbon organic Indo-Iranians, and most justly to the latter, where it still gives its name to the country Iran. The great Persian king Darius describes himself as Aryan, and it is clear from the artifacts of the facts represented by art the Persians were clearly carbon organic tribes, families, and clans. The name Iran, meaning literally land of Aryans, is derived from Aryanam, the plural form in Avestan. Avestan is the early Iranian language in which the Zoroastrian scriptures, the Avesta, are written, the earliest source for the origin and meaning of the term Aryan. That which is worth hearing and remembering in the Avesta is referred to as Arya. One who hears, remembers, and acts on these worthy precepts is an Aryan. Zoroastrianism developed, in part, from the early Iranian religion and retained various aspects of it, so, most likely, the term was used the same way prior to the time of Zoroaster, 1500 to 1000 BCE, to mean one who adhered to the path of light rather than darkness. The same meaning of the term was understood in India, where it appears in the texts of Hinduism, Buddhism, and elsewhere. Scholar Jeffrey D. Long provides the standard Hindu definition of Aryan as noble, cultured, gentleman, a term by which ancient Vedic peoples referred to themselves and their cultural and religious practices, in contrast with Mleka, or barbarian. It does not appear that the term Arya had any ethnic or racial connotations until 19th century European scholarship thus interpreted it, on the false assumption of a correlation between culture and ethnicity. The term refers not to ethnic characteristics, but to cultural and spiritual ones. Further commenting on the ancient meaning of the term, scholar John Keats cites the Indian historian Ramala Thapar's informed opinion that it is doubtful whether the term Arya was ever used in an ethnic sense. The term Arya was first rendered into a modern European language in 1771 as Aryans by French Indologist Abraham Hyacinthe Anquetil-Duperron, who rightly compared the Greek Arya with the Avestan Arya and the country name Iran. In Germany, Johann Friedrich Klucker's translation of Anquetil-Duperron's work led to the introduction of the term Arya in 1776. The Sanskrit word Arya is rendered as noble in William Jones' 1794 translation of the Indian laws of Manu. The English Aryan, originally spelt Aryan, appeared a few decades later, first as an adjective in 1839, then as a noun in 1849, probably after the German Aryer, noun, Arish, adjective. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, the meaning varied between the broader category equivalent to Indo-European and the narrower one equivalent to Indo-Iranian. Scholars Robert E. Buswell Jr. and Donald S. Lopez Jr. note that, in Buddhism, Arya retains the Persian meaning of noble or superior, and scholar John M. Kohler agrees, writing of the Buddha's concept of the Four Noble Truths. This fourfold truth is called noble, Arya, meaning that it is worthy of assent and respect because it is supremely valuable. It is no surprise that this term should mean the same thing in two different cultures because both share many common cultural aspects. At some point, the so-called carbon organic Indo-Aryans of the original migratory group went south toward India, where they are thought to have merged with the indigenous people of the Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization or Harappan culture. This civilization was highly advanced as evidenced by Neolithic sites such as Mehrgarh, occupied prior to 7000 BCE, whose populace developed agricultural techniques, religious rituals, domestication of plants and animals, and produced impressive artistic works. By 2600 BCE, the great cities of Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro, Ganarwala, and over 1,000 others had risen, the ruins of which give evidence of advanced urban planning and technological skill. These cities had running water and a highly developed sewer and drainage system which directed rainwater or waste toward fixtures on either side of the streets. Homes were constructed in such a way as to cut down on outside noises and were built with wind catchers which provided air conditioning within, a luxury not even Rome, at its height, developed. The people of the Indus Valley also created a writing system, musical instruments, farming implements, and large, flat-bottomed boats. Ports were constructed with great warehouses for goods, and trade was conducted with a number of other nationalities, notably the people of Mesopotamia and Egypt. At some point between 1900 to 1500 BCE, on the arrival of the Hybrid Albinos, the Indus Valley Civilization began to decline and cities were abandoned as there was a significant migration of the carbon organic peoples toward the south of the subcontinent. This period of migration and change coincides with the development of Vedic thought and the so-called Vedic period, 1500 c. 500 BCE, when the Vedas, the sacred texts of Hinduism, were committed to written form in Sanskrit. Before that time, like many carbon organic societies, sacred records were passed orally. Since the people of the carbon organic Indus Valley Civilization did not write in Sanskrit, the language attributed in scripture to the fallen angels of biblical origin. This language and the concepts it expressed in the scriptures had to have come from somewhere else. It is thought that they arrived with an Indo-Aryan mixed multitude migration, perhaps many and over a number of years, and the cultures of the two carbon organic peoples then blended. Kohler writes, the Vedic age began when the hybrid Albino-Yamnaya mixed Sanskrit-speaking peoples began to dominate life and thought in the Indus Valley, probably between 2000 and 1500 BCE. Historians based on the racist ideologies discussed used to think that these Sanskrit-speaking peoples who called themselves Aryans came to the Indus Valley in northwest India as conquerors some 3,500 years ago. But recent scholarship has challenged this thesis of conquering Aryans. What we do know is that the earlier carbon organic Indus Valley culture, which flourished from 2500 to 1500 BCE, and which, judged by its archaeological remains, was quite sophisticated, declined at this time. We also know that the Vedic thought and culture reflected in the Rig Veda has a continuous history of dominance in India during the last 3,500 years. It is likely that the cultural traditions of the incoming Vedic peoples mingled with the traditions and customs of the carbon organic Indus Valley people. The out of India theory claims that Vedic thought and Sanskrit, developed in the Indus Valley, was exported to Central Asia and then returned with a migratory wave. This theory has been rejected by mainstream scholarship and is advanced, almost always, by those with a nationalist agenda. It is understandable, however, how one would support such a view when, for well over 100 years, Western scholarship has regularly attributed one's cultural achievements to others. The Indus Valley Civilization's decline corresponds to the Middle Bronze Age in Mesopotamia 2119 to 1700 BCE, during which the Sumerians were busy driving out the Gutians, Hammurabi of Babylon was conquering cities, and the Hittites were invading. In Egypt, the Middle Kingdom, 2040 to 1782 BCE, had begun to decline after the reign of Sobonferu, circa 1807 to 1802 BCE, and this was hastened by the weak 13th dynasty, which lacked the bureaucratic skills and administrative strength of its predecessor. Long-distance trade became more difficult for the merchants of these regions during this time, and that would no doubt have contributed to the decline of the Indus Valley Civilization, which relied on such trade. The original carbon organic inhabitants moved south toward better living conditions and opportunity. The cities were abandoned, not only because of invasion of hybrid albinos and other genetically mixed tribes, but also due to overuse of resources and, most likely, overpopulation. When the ruins of the city of Harappa were discovered by the explorer Charles Masson, which is pseudonym of the British soldier and scholar James Lewis, 1800 to 1853 and 1829 CE, no one knew this civilization had ever existed, and later, applying the theories which had developed, Western scholars concluded that there had been a massive Aryan invasion which destroyed the cities and drove the survivors south. Nothing was known of the Indus Valley Civilization when Sir William Jones published his Proto-Indo-European theory of language in 1786 CE, and, had it been known, it would have no doubt been attributed to the work of some other, supposedly, light-skinned race, in the same way later Western archaeologists and scholars would claim the Egyptians were Caucasian and that the Maya of Mesoamerica were, somehow, a colony of Egypt. The kind of systemic racism which led to these conclusions cannot be traced to a single individual, but the association of Aryan with white supremacy can. The old theory, still taught in high school and university classes in the United States and Europe at least until fairly recently, maintained a vision of light-skinned Aryans conquering dark-skinned Dravidians has been replaced by the far more informed and realistic understanding of a migration pattern, miscegenation, and the blending of cultures. At the same time, the definition of Aryan might be expanded and enlarged, in a universal sense, to include anyone of any skin color, class, or cultural affiliation who respects and acknowledges the inherent human dignity and rights of any other. We mentioned previously that Vedic thought and culture reflected in the records of the Rig Veda is that the cultural traditions of the incoming Vedic peoples mingled with the traditions and customs of the carbon organic Indus Valley people. The oldest of the Vedas, a large body of ancient literature and scriptures of Hinduism, the Rig Veda contains poetic and mythological origin stories involving gods and their descendants. In Hindu mythology, Angiras are celestial beings and descendants of gods, who watch over humans and protect sacrificial fires. The Angirases are among the oldest families of rishis, seers, in the Rig Veda. In this text, Agni, god of fire, is sometimes referred to as Angiras. In Indian religions, a rishi is an accomplished and enlightened person. They find mention in various Vedic texts. Rishis are believed to have composed hymns of the Vedas. The post-Vedic tradition of Hinduism regards the rishis as great yogis or sages who after intense meditation realized the supreme truth and eternal knowledge, which they composed into hymns. The term appears in Pali literature as Isi. In Buddhism they can be either Buddhas, Pakska Buddhas, Arahats, or a monk of high rank. The supreme deity of the Sumerian pantheon is An, or Anu. In the first two letters of the Sanskrit word Anguras, and referring to Anu. Gir is related to the Akkadian fire god, fire as in rocket propulsion. Din Gir in the cuneiform writing meant sky or heaven, and also a god or goddess. The masters of the sky were perceived as deities by the earthbound. This reminds of Angiras and his descendants, the Angiraces, as a group of higher beings who traverse the realms between gods and men, classified as an interstellar and interdimensional elite. No one can compare the Avestan poetry with the Rigvedic poetry in its content, in its style of expression, and in its entire coloring, without coming to the conclusion, on account of their agreement in small details which force themselves on us at every step, that both the literatures point not only to a common origin of these two peoples and their religions, but also to a community of Indo-Iranian religious poetry developed in well-established forms. The name Anu or Anava for the Iranians appears to have survived even in later times. The country and the people in the very heart of Avesta land, to the immediate north of Hamani-Hilmand, were known as late as Greek times as the Anawan or Anoi. The names of Anu tribes in the Rigveda and the Puranas can be clearly identified with the names of the most prominent tribes among latter-day Iranians. Maladi J. Shen says Sanskrit is derived from Akkadian and Sumerian. Sanskrit is not a language of the Aryas, it is essentially a lineal descendant of the languages of the Asuras. She states that the Rig Veda does not belong to the Aryas, and in fact in her view this was purely an assumption without any firm basis. And she states, it is possible to find parallels in the Akkadian sources to many clans and personal names of the poets of Rig Vedic compositions, and of the Asuras, the enemies of Indra. She believes that the language of the Rig Veda, meaning the older Vedic Sanskrit which is very different from the latter classical Sanskrit, is a form of Akkadian, and that the Akkadian in the process of evolution has become what we know today as Sanskrit. The Asuras are a class of beings in Indian religions. They are described as power-seeking beings related to the more benevolent Devas, also known as Suras, in Hinduism. In its Buddhist context, the word is translated as Titan or anti-god. In the earliest layer of Vedic texts, Agni, Indra and other gods are also called Asuras, in the sense of their being lords of their respective domains, knowledge and abilities. In later Vedic and post-Vedic texts, the benevolent gods are called Devas, while malevolent Asuras compete against these Devas and are considered enemy of the gods. In some Buddhist literature, they are sometimes referred to as Purvadeva, meaning ancient gods. Asuri is the feminine of an adjective from Asura, and in later texts means belonging to or having to do with demons and spirits. Asuri parallels Asura in being powerful beings, and in early Vedic texts includes all goddesses. The term Asuri also means a Rakshasi in Indian texts. The powers of an Asuri are projected into plants offering a remedy against leprosy. First, before all, the strong-winged bird was born, thou wast the gall thereof. Conquered in fight, the Asuri took then the shape and form of plants. The Asuri made, first of all, this medicine for leprosy, this banisher of leprosy. She banished leprosy, and gave one general color to the skin. A charm against leprosy, Atharva Veda, hymn 1.24. This further proves our claim that, 1. The hybrid albino is a descendant from the carbon organic Asiatic tribes, families, and clans discussed within this webisode, whom carry the genes for straight hair, blondism, and blue eyes. 2. That leprosy as discussed within our previous webisodes is directly related to a lack of melanin in the skin within the ancient world. And 3, as we will see as we continue with this series, all of these cultures being the ancient Egyptian Kushite, Indus Valley Kushites, and Sumerian and Babylonian Kushites are all one and the same carbon organic tribes, families, and clans of a wider and far older global empire. Let's now take a look at the so-called Aryan, or correctly termed the hybrid albino invasion, based on the facts that they, Western academia, choose to omit from their recorded narrative. We have shown beyond a shadow of a doubt that the original inhabitants of the Deccan Plateau, referred to today as India, were carbon organic tribes, families, and clans, extending eastward as far as China, northwards onto the Iranian plateau, and westward into Anatolia. The Indus Valley Civilization ceased at about 1800 and 1700 BC, at the same time as other related and nearby civilizations were in demise due to the multiple cyclical, natural disasters that were taking place during this period. The Western scientific community are purposely hiding information about celestial phenomena, as these natural disasters are far more regular than they would have you think. It was between 1500 to 1200 BC that the Dravidian albinos, who had originally migrated from India and then continued north into Central Asia, to escape the burning sunshine found at lower latitudes, returned to India. Unlike their normally pigmented brethren who stayed behind in the hot climates of the Indus Valley region, they had not evolved into a civilized people. They had not developed a written language, technology, or cities. They returned to India and other regions as an illiterate, pastoral people. They migrated from the steppe lands of Central Asia through what is now Afghanistan, down through the Khyber Pass and onto the sparsely populated Indus Plain. Many argue that the hybrid albinos came as migrants, not as invaders. And of course, because latter-day amalgamated Hindus are mainly the mulattoes of Dravidians and hybrid albinos, they feel a loyalty to both. Here we establish that the hybrid albinos whom co-opted the true carbon organic Aryan or noble spiritual teachings and the Dravidians, and by extension, today's even paler Europeans, are one and the same people genetically. It was the Brahmin class of scholars and warriors who led the charge during this period to bring these hybrid albinos from a bestial state and back into the folds of wider humanity. This was and is possible because even though their respective skin colors are very different, that difference is attributable to albinism, a genetic defect which does not affect the general genetic makeup of those so afflicted. Thus the albino child of a black Dravidian father with Y-DNA-R1 will still, and also, have Y-DNA-R1 too. It's just that the child will also have a defective P gene, which robs the body of the ability to make sufficient melanin to protect itself from the sun. The Roman historian Cornelius Tacitus, 56 to 118 AD, description of Germanic migrants in Europe. Quote, from his book, Germany Book 1. For my own part, I agree with those who think that the tribes of Germany are free from all taint of intermarriages with foreign nations, and that they appear as a distinct, unmixed race, like none but themselves. Hence, too, the same physical peculiarities throughout so vast a population. All have white skin, fierce blue eyes, red hair, huge frames, fit only for a sudden exertion. They are less able to bear laborious work. Heat and thirst they cannot in the least endure, to cold and hunger their climate and their soil inure them. Many scientific studies have been done proving that there is little genetic distinction between latter-day Dravidians, black Indians, therefore debunking the nonsense that they turned white in Europe. Most of the scientific terms we use today were created by the hybrid albinos, therefore these terms deserve scrutiny as to their meanings and their usage, such as Dravidian. In British English, Dravidian is 1. A member of one of the carbon organic aboriginal races of India, pushed south by the Central Asian tribes and their albino multitude, and now mixed with them. 2. A family of languages spoken in South and Central India and Sri Lanka, including Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, Kannada, and Gandhi. We also have the term Hinduism that was originally called Sanatana Dharma, which is an ancient term for Hinduism that translates to eternal way or eternal duty. It refers to the eternal, universal principles and duties that apply to all people, emphasizing concepts like truth, righteousness, and spiritual liberation. Key aspects include living virtuously, practicing self-restraint, and seeking knowledge to realize one's divine nature. Therefore, the term Hindu is not a race of people, but a term coming from the Persians, who invaded India in the 6th century BC, gave Hinduism its name from the root word industry. We also find a word utilized by the hybrid albinos being the prefix Indo, meaning of or pertaining to India, from Greek Indo, India. The English term is from Greek Indike, Megasthenes' work Indica or India, via the Latin transliteration India. The name derives from Sanskrit Sindhu, which was the name of the Indus River as well as the lower Indus Basin, modern Sindh, in Pakistan. The Sindh province is well known for its distinct culture, which is strongly influenced by Sufism, which is the spiritual aspect of Islam, an important marker of Sindhi identity for both Hindus and Muslims. Sindh is prominent for its history during the Bronze Age under the Indus Valley Civilization, and is home to 2 UNESCO-designated World Heritage Sites. The Makli Necropolis and Mohenjo-Daro, discussed within this webisode as ancestral carbon organic civilizations. The Greeks who conquered Sindh in 325 BC under the command of Alexander the Great referred to the Indus River as Indos. Hence the modern industry Sindh and surrounding areas contain the ruins of the carbon organic Indus Valley Civilization. There are remnants of thousand-year-old cities and structures, with a notable example in Sindh being that of Mohenjo-Daro. It was one of the world's earliest major cities, contemporaneous with the civilizations of ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Minoan Crete, and Caral Soup. Mohenjo-Daro was abandoned in the 19th century BC as the Indus Valley civilization declined, and the site was not discovered until the 1920s. The so-called Indo-Europeans of today are a people genetically related to latter-day Indians. Albino Europeans are albino Indians who invaded Europe from Central Asia, the place where they acquired the numbers to become classified as a race through the process of consanguineous living, i.e. severe inbreeding. These migrations were led by the carbon organic tribes that ruled over them. In this case, they were known as the Brahmins. The term Aryan was co-opted in the 19th century, as Aryan is a term which was originally used as a self-designation by Indo-Iranian peoples in ancient times. The idea of being an Aryan was religious, cultural, and linguistic, not racial. In later webisodes and within our upcoming 6-part series dedicated to the origin of the hybrid albinos, we will discuss how they came to be in Central Asia and why the albinos left Central Asia over the period of 2,000 years, 1,500 BC to 500 AD. During this period, millions of hybrid albinos, Caucasians, would abandon Central Asia and move into India and Europe. Our fallacy of Greece and Rome covers their expansion into Europe, recorded as the Yamnaya tribes by today's historians. Today, the Uyghurs, a Turkic ethnic group who live primarily in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in the People's Republic of China, are the only Caucasians still living in Eastern and Central Asia, of which many of them were amalgamated with the original carbon organic tribes which resided in the region before the descent of various hybrid albinos of varying defective genetic potency. They migrated from the steppe lands of Central Asia through what is now Afghanistan, down through the Khyber Pass and onto the sparsely populated Indus Plain. The Vedas are the most ancient Hindu scriptures, written in early Sanskrit and containing hymns, philosophy, and guidance on rituals for the priests of the Vedic religion. Believed to have been directly revealed to seers among the early Aryans or correctly nobles in India, and preserved by oral tradition, the 4 chief collections are the Rig Veda, Samaveda, Yajur Veda, and Atharva Veda. The Sanskrit word Arya is a surname and a masculine and feminine Hindu given name, signifying honorable. General meaning, noble ones, as previously discussed. The Aryan race is a historical race concept, which emerged in the late 19th century to describe people of Indo-European heritage as a racial grouping, and is a very good example of the hybrid albinos, after the usurpation of carbon organic tribes, families, and clans, being so eager to take over all things carbon organic related that they don't even take the time to understand what the terms actually mean. Hence the relative ease to debunk their fraudulent narratives with very little research. The master race is a concept in Nazi ideology in which the putative Nordic or Aryan races, predominant among Germans and other Northern European peoples, are deemed the highest in racial hierarchy. Members of this alleged master race were referred to as Herrenmenschen, master humans. As previously mentioned, the Nazi theorist Alfred Rosenberg believed that the Nordic race was descended from Proto-Aryans, who he believed had prehistorically dwelt on the North German plain and may ultimately have originated on the lost continent of Atlantis due to the racial nonsense promoted by the Thule Society. The Nazis declared that the Nordics, now referred to as the Germanic peoples, or Aryans as they sometimes called them, were superior to all other races. As to Alfred Rosenberg, after a year's research, the Jewish journalist Franz Zell published papers accusing Rosenberg of having no drop of German blood flowing in his veins. Zell wrote that among Rosenberg's ancestors were only Latvians, Jews, Mongols, and French. Franz Zell was arrested and deported. The Aryan invasion theory was created for one singular purpose: to facilitate the British conquest of India. If Indians were made to believe that they and the British belonged to the same Aryan stock, then they would welcome the civilizing British instead of opposing them. There was a secondary motive. When Britain's contact with India grew, they were simply blown away by the country's achievements in science, philosophy, and spirituality, among others. The Aryan invasion theory enabled the colonizers to appropriate all this. The colonialists realized there was no way they could conquer such a massive country of warlike people without conquering their minds. First, the British sent in shiploads of fundamentalist and racist missionaries who had been arguing for decades to be allowed to save the heathen Hindus. However, they could not make any headway as Indians stubbornly refused to be saved. It is the British who commissioned an ambitious and unscrupulous German scholar to come up with the most outrageous lies about Hindu religion. Max Muller in fact exceeded their expectations. He developed Aryan invasion theory. Few realize how divisive and dangerous Aryan invasion theory is and how this idea played a catalytic role in the rise of racial exclusiveness among Europeans, especially the British and Germans. Until Aryan invasion theory arrived on the scene, nations did not look at themselves as belonging to one race or the other. Muller's notion changed all that. Ultimately, Germany's Adolf Hitler used it to advocate his concept of the supremacy of the Aryan race and the inferiority of non-Aryans. We British European are Aryans, and far more pure and genuine Aryans than the Hindus, and no talk of the Hindus can alter our race, or make us any less or any different from what we are, said Archibald Campbell Carlyle, a 19th century employee of the Archaeological Survey of India. It is the Hindus who have altered and deteriorated, and not we. The Hindus have become the coffee dregs, while we have remained the cream of the Aryan race. The Hindus are like the monkey who pretend to treat some men with contempt because they had the bare white skins without any fur. The Hindus have become a sooty, dingy-colored earthen pot by rubbing against black aborigines rather too freely, and he consequently pretends to despise the white porcelain bowl. Please note, he makes a clear distinction between the indigenous black aborigines and those now classified as Hindus. Clearly, the British were adamant about not moving the European homeland too far from their biblical origins to India. When Muller publicly announced that the British and the Indians came from the same stock and that the Scots were closer to Bengalis than they were to the Celts, it barely caused a ripple in Britain. By then, the bitterness of the 1857 war had poisoned the minds of British scholars who could not even tolerate the newfound language relationship. Aryan invasion theory has, of course, created a deep rift in Indian society, not only among scholars but also between people. When Indians kicked out the British in 1947, they unwisely retained the school curriculum of the colonialists. Now the entire Aryan versus Dravidian idea revolves around skin color. The people of northern India are light-skinned and are in many instances white. They are supposedly the Aryans. On the other hand, the people of India below the Tropic of Cancer, or more specifically the south and east, have comparatively darker and sometimes black skin. They are presumably the Dravidians. The problem, however, is that there are millions of dark people in the north and there are similar multitudes of light-skinned or white-skinned Indians in Dravidian areas. In fact, green and brown-eyed people are not uncommon in southern India, as we have shown the Denisovin admixture in the region. Bear in mind that despite 190 years of British rule, the Europeans could not make a splash in India's gene pool. Mitochondrial DNA allows geneticists to see otherwise invisible evidence. If the mitochondrial DNA of two humans, however distant geographically, exhibit the same mutation, they necessarily share a common ancestor in the maternal line. More than any literary, linguistic, or archaeological evidence, it is this clue, locked away in the recesses of our cells and obviously tamper-proof, that has sent the Aryan invasion theory purveyors looking for alternative careers. In an article in Archaeology Online titled Genetics and the Aryan Debate, author Michel Denino says as many as 9 such studies have been conducted on Indian populations. The first such study dates back to 1999 and was conducted by the Estonian biologist Toomas Kivisild with 14 co-authors from various nationalities. It relied on 550 samples of mitochondrial DNA and revealed there was no recent population movement towards India. Rather, the subcontinent served as a pathway for eastward migration of modern humans from Africa some 40,000 years ago. Denino continues that a year later, 13 Indian scientists led by Susanta Roy Choudhury studied 644 samples of mitochondrial DNA from some 10 Indian ethnic groups, especially from the east and south. They found a fundamental genomic unity of ethnic India. Basically, Indians, whether white or black, have similar DNA linked via haplogroup M17. If haplotypes are categories of genetic markers, then sequences of haplotypes are called haplogroups. Haplogroup M17 is regarded as the hybrid albino stamp on Indian populations. An extensive 2003 study conducted on 1,000 Indians stressed that M17, which is found frequently in Central Asia, is present in 2 Indian Aboriginal tribes. The study also found that Bengalis, generally dark, and Gujaratis, mostly brown, are closer to Central Asians than Punjabis, fair to white. Also, the Lambadi tribe of Rajasthan is closest among Indians to Western Europeans, while Konkani Brahmins and Punjabis are the furthest. Another study in 2006 headed by Indian biologist Sangamitra Sengupta concluded there is no evidence whatsoever to conclude that Central Asia is the donor rather than the receptor of M17. Separate groups of scientists demolished the racial basis of defining Indian DNA. Then Sengupta's study said Caucasian DNA may have moved out of India or into India. Finally, a study headed by biologist Sangamitra Sahu concludes the sharing of some Y-chromosomal haplogroups between Indian and Central Asian populations is most parsimoniously explained by a deep, common ancestry between the 2 regions, with diffusion of some Indian-specific lineages northward. In his book The Real Eve, archaeologist Stephen Oppenheimer says, South Asia is logically the ultimate origin of M17 and his ancestors. And sure enough we find the highest rates and greatest diversity of the M17 line in Pakistan, India, and eastern Iran, and low rates in the Caucasus. M17 is not only more diverse in South Asia than in Central Asia, but diversity characterizes its presence in isolated tribal groups in the south, thus undermining any theory of M17 as a marker of a male Aryan invasion of India. One average estimate for the origin of this line in India is as much as 51,000 years. All this suggests M17 could have found his way initially from India or Pakistan, through Kashmir, then via Central Asia and Russia, before finally coming into Europe. Kivisild and his team agree with that argument in the American Journal of Human Genetics and the Aryan Debate. M17 is a genetic marker that is found in many descendants of the Yamnaya, but it is not the only marker found within the Yamnaya people or their descendants due to miscegenation. The Yamnaya are one of several ancestral groups that contributed to the development of M17. The Yamnaya are known for a major migration wave that spread their genetic and cultural legacy across Europe and Asia, including the spread of the R1AM17 haplogroup. American economist and anthropologist William Z. Ripley wrote in 1899 in the influential book Races of Europe, there can be little doubt that the primitive type of European was brunette, probably with black eyes and hair and a swarthy skin. Teutonic blondness is certainly an acquired trait, not very recent, to be sure, judged by historic standards, but is certainly not old, measured by evolutionary time. And finally, let's hear what Muller himself said as he neared death and sought redemption: there is no Aryan race in blood. An ethnologist who speaks of Aryan race, Aryan blood, Aryan eyes and hair is a great sinner. It is worse than a Babylonian confusion of tongues, it is downright theft. Genetics and archaeogenetics of South Asia is the study of the genetics and archaeogenetics of the ethnic groups of South Asia. It aims at uncovering these groups' genetic histories. The geographic position of the Indian subcontinent makes its biodiversity important for the study of the early dispersal of anatomically modern humans across Asia. Based on mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, variations, genetic unity across various South Asian subpopulations have shown that most of the ancestral nodes of the phylogenetic tree of all the mtDNA types originated in the subcontinent. Modern South Asians are descendants of a combination of Western Eurasian ancestries, notably Iranian Neolithic farmers and Western steppe herders, components with an indigenous East Eurasian component termed Ancient Ancestral South Indians, closest to the non-West Eurasian part extracted from South Asian samples, distantly related to the Andamanese peoples, East/Southeast Asians and Australasians, as well as regional variable additional East/Southeast Asian components respectively. The genetic divergence of R1A, M420, is estimated to have occurred 25,000 years ago, which is the time of the last glacial maximum or the 25,000 precessional equinox. Axial precession is the movement of the rotational axis of an astronomical body, whereby the axis slowly traces out a cone. In the case of Earth, this type of precession is also known as the precession of the equinoxes, lunisolar precession, or precession of the equator. Earth goes through one such complete precessional cycle in a period of approximately 26,000 years or 1 degree every 72 years, which come with both cataclysms and genetic shifts. Let's take a look at the diversification of our 1AM 417 and ancient migrations. According to Underhill et al., 2014, the downstream M417, or 1A1A1, subclade diversified circa 5,800 years ago in the vicinity of Iran and eastern Turkey. You will find at every school of thought a circa 6,000 years period for the existence of the hybrid albino. Even though our 1A occurs as a Y chromosome haplogroup among speakers of various languages such as Slavic and Indo-Iranian, the question of the origins of our 1A is relevant to the ongoing debate concerning the Urhumat or homeland of the Proto-Indo-European people, and may also be relevant to the origins of the Indus Valley Civilization. To this very day, the hybrid albinos are seeking a homeland as they refuse to accept they do not have one. They are a recent genetic mutation of other darker races. Irving Pease et al., 2024, models Caucasian hunter-gatherers as being derived from an out-of-Africa population, therefore being carbon organics aka black people, as we will show shortly. That split into basal, meaning forming or belonging to a bottom layer or genetic base for Northern Europeans and West Asians. The latter was where Caucasian hunter-gatherers originated from. According to co-author Andrea Manica of the University of Cambridge, the question of where the Yamnaya come from has been something of a mystery up to now. We can now answer that, as we've found that their genetic makeup is a mix of Eastern European hunter-gatherers and a population from this pocket of Caucasus hunter-gatherers who weathered much of the last ice age in apparent isolation. During the Neolithic and early Eneolithic, likely during the 4th millennium BC, Caucasus hunter-gatherers mixed with Eastern hunter-gatherers on the Pontic-Caspian steppe, with the resulting population, almost half Eastern hunter-gatherers and half Caucasian hunter-gatherers, forming the genetic cluster known as Western steppe herder. According to Jones et al., 2015, and Hack et al., 2015, autosomal tests indicate that the Yamnaya people were the result of a genetic admixture between two different hunter-gatherer populations, distinctive Eastern hunter-gatherers, from Eastern Europe and a population of Caucasus hunter-gatherers who probably arrived from the Caucasus Mountains range and the Persian Plateau. Each of those two populations contributed about half the Yamnaya DNA. This admixture is referred to in archaeogenetics as Western steppe herder ancestry. The Eastern hunter-gatherers are suggested to have had mostly brown eyes and light skin, with intermediate frequencies of the blue eye variants and high frequencies of the light skin variants. An Eastern hunter-gatherer from Karelia was determined by Gunther, 2018, to have high probabilities of being brown-eyed and dark-haired, with a predicted intermediate skin tone. Let us be clear, as the hybrid albino does all in his power to hide the truth on racial origins through wordplay deception. Intermediate skin tone is also known as medium skin tone. People with this skin tone tan easily and are less prone to sunburn, unlike those with lighter skin who burn more easily. This tone is a variety of beige, golden, or olive shades, often appearing naturally sun-kissed. People with an intermediate skin tone tend to tan rather than burn, making them less susceptible to sunburn than those with fairer skin. It is not noticeably pale, nor is it deep in tone, placing it in the middle of the skin tone spectrum. The middle of the skin tone spectrum is generally considered a medium or light brown skin tone. The Caucasus hunter-gatherers left their imprint on modern populations from the Caucasus and also Central and South Asia, possibly correlating with the arrival of Indo-Aryan languages. For example, about 50 to 70% of Armenian ancestry is derived from Caucasian hunter-gatherer, persisting from Neolithic times to the present. Wang et al., 2018, analyzed genetic data of the North Caucasus of fossils dated between the 4th and 1st millennia BC and found correlation with modern groups of the South Caucasus, concluding that unlike today, the Caucasus acted as a bridge rather than an insurmountable barrier to human movement. Caucasus hunter-gatherer being Iranian Plateau Neolithic-like ancestry is prominent in pre-steppe admixture Chalcolithic and Bronze Age, 4500 to 2000 BCE. Populations in Central Asia, like the Bactria, Margiana archaeological complex, as well as in the northwestern Indian subcontinent, such as in sites in or adjacent to the Indus Valley Civilization, who have mixed CHG-related and ancient, ancestral South Indian ancestry. This dispersal likely occurred sometime before 6000 BCE due to the lack of Anatolian farmer-related ancestry in ancient South Asians, but which is present in the Iranian plateau after this time. This pre-steppe Caucasus hunter-gatherer-related ancestry makes up a significant proportion of the ancestry of modern South Asians. Western steppe herders, who were of significant Caucasus hunter-gatherer ancestry, also later migrated into Central Asia and South Asia. Meyer et al., 2023, show 4 graphs with 4 admixture events that model the Indus Periphery group as a mixture of 3 or 4 sources. The Eastern hunter groups constituted one of the 3 main genetic groups in the post-glacial period of early Holocene Europe. India acted as an incubator of early genetic differentiation of modern humans moving out of Africa, scientists now conclude. This is because, as we have shown previously, that this region was a massive melting pot after the cataclysm, much like the Anatolian and Iranian plateau and the Peloponnese, as covered in our Fallacy of Greece and Rome series. According to the teachings of Dr. Malachi Z. York, 3 tribes, families, and clans survived the cataclysm that produced mass flooding in the regions discussed. Hence why this particular series is starting from the surviving tribes that occupied what's now known as the Horn of Africa and surrounding regions, namely, 1. The Tarites, known as Tar Deneg, the Twat, Bushmen or Pygmies. The Twat are generally assumed to be the oldest surviving population of the Great Lakes region. There are a number of other Twat populations in the Congo forest, as well as southern Twat populations living in swamps and deserts where there has never been forest, but these are little known in the West. The Twat are themselves potters, taking us back to the stories of creation in the Tamarian culture and the deity Khnum. The term pygmeism is used to describe the phenotype of endemic short stature for populations in which adult men are on average less than 150 centimeters, 4 feet 11 inches, tall. Although the term is sometimes considered derogatory because it focuses on a physical trait, it remains the primary term associated with the African pygmies, the hunter-gatherers of the Congo Basin, comprising the Bambenga, Bambuti, and Batwa. The terms Asiatic pygmies and Oceanic pygmies have also been used to describe the Negrito populations of Southeast Asia and Australo-Melanesian peoples of short stature. African pygmy populations are genetically diverse and extremely divergent from all other human populations, suggesting they have an ancient indigenous lineage. Expansion to Central Africa by the ancestors of African pygmies most likely took place before 130,000 years ago, and certainly before 60,000 years ago. A commonly held belief is that African pygmies are the direct descendants of late Stone Age hunter-gatherer peoples of the Central African rainforest, who were partially absorbed or displaced by later immigration of agricultural peoples and adopted their Central Sudanic, Abangian, and Banta languages. The African pygmies are particularly known for their usually vocal music, usually characterized by dense contrapuntal communal improvisation. Sima Arom says that the level of polyphonic complexity of pygmy music was reached in Europe in the 14th century, yet pygmy culture is unwritten and ancient. Twat children have little access to education and their communities have limited representation in local and national government. Due to their pygmy ancestry, they continue to suffer ethnic prejudice, discrimination, violence, and general exclusion from society. Negritos in Southeast Asia, including the Batak and Ita of the Philippines, the Andamanese of the Andaman Islands, and the Semang of the Malay Peninsula, are sometimes called pygmies, especially in older literature. Negritos share some common physical features with African pygmy populations, including short stature and dark skin. The name Negrito, from the Spanish adjective meaning small black person, was given by early explorers. The explorers who named the Negritos assumed the Andamanese they encountered were from Africa. This belief was, however, discarded by anthropologists who noted that apart from dark skin, peppercorn hair, and steatopygia, the Andamanese had little in common with any African population, including the African pygmies. Their superficial resemblance to some Africans and Melanesians is thought to be from living in a similar environment, or simply retentions of the initial human form. Their origin and the route of their migration to Asia is a matter of great speculation. They are genetically distant from Africans and have been shown to have separated early from Asians, suggesting that they are either surviving descendants of settlers from the early out-of-Africa migration of the Great Coastal Migration of the Proto-Australoids, or that they are descendants of one of the founder populations of modern humans. Birdsell classified Aboriginal Australians into three major groups, mixed together to varying degrees: the Carpentarians, best represented in Arnhem Land, the Moreans, centered in southeastern Australia, and the Barinians. He argued that people related to oceanic Negritos were the first arrivals, and had been absorbed or replaced over time by later incoming peoples. The present-day Barinians retained the greatest proportion of ancestry from this original Negrito group, but this is not to say that the Barinians are Negritos. The Negritic component is clearly subordinate, and the preponderant element is Marian. The authors argued that these people were evidence for a distinct Negrito population in support of Birdsell's theory, and claimed that the fact that the Australian Pygmies have been so thoroughly expunged from public memory suggests an indecent concurrence between scholarly and political interests, because evidence of descent from earlier or later waves of origin could lead to conflicting claims of priority by Aboriginal people and hence pose a threat to political cooperation among them. Some Aboriginal oral histories and oral traditions from Queensland tell of Little Red Men. In 1957, a member of the Jinibera, the Dalla people, tribe of southeast Queensland, Gerba, who was born in 1873 and had lived for many years traditionally with his tribe, said that he knew of the existence of these little people, the Dindari, also known as Dimbalam, Danagalalangar, and Kanju. Gerba claims he saw members of his tribe of small people, and said they were like dwarfs, and not any of them stood 5 feet, 1.5 meters. The Dindari are also recorded in other stories, such as one concerning a platypus myth and another, the Dindari and Gujam, the legend of the stones of the Mary River. Susan McIntyre Tamoy, archaeologist and adjunct professor at James Cook University, has written of the northern Cape York Aboriginal people's belief of the Bipotame, which is when the landscape as we know it today was created. Bipotame was formed before people, although not perhaps before the short people or the red devils, as these were also here before people. She writes, many ethnographers recorded stories of short people or what they referred to as pygmy tribes, such as Lindsay Page Winterbotham. She used information collected both through oral accounts, including those of Injinu people, observation, and archival research. McIntyre Tamoy recounts a Bipotame story, "We are the short people. Red devils occupy parts of the adjacent stony coast, but our home is here in the sand dunes and forest. Before the Marakai, white people, came to our land, the people were plentiful and they roamed the land. They understood the land and called out in the language of the country to seek permission, as they should." The second of the surviving tribes mentioned by Dr. Malachi Z. York are known as the Watusi. The Tutsi, also called Watusi, Watutsi, or Abatutsi, are an ethnic group established primarily in Rwanda and Burundi. They are a Bantu-speaking people and the second largest of three main ethnic groups in Rwanda and Burundi. The Tutsi were pastoralists and filled the ranks of the warrior caste. American historian Christopher Ehret believes that the Tutsi mainly descend from speakers of an extinct branch of South Cushitic he calls Tail South Cushitic. The Tail Southern Kushites entered the Great Lakes region sometime before 800 BC and were pastoralists who relied only on their livestock and conceivably growing no grains themselves. The Tutsi also derive a significant amount of their ancestry from the Sog Eastern Sahelians. The Sog were agropastoralists, a long-extinct Nilo-Saharan group who entered Rwanda and Burundi in 2000 BC. As indicated by its hyphenated name, Nilo-Saharan is a family of the African interior, including the Greater Nile Basin and the Central Sahara Desert. Most of its proposed constituent divisions are found in the modern countries of Sudan and South Sudan, through which the Nile River flows. Eastern Sudanic languages are spoken from southern Egypt to northern Tanzania. Nubian and possibly Meroitic gives Eastern Sudanic some of the earliest written attestations of African languages. However, the largest branch by far is Nilotic, spread by extensive and comparatively recent conquests throughout East Africa. Before the spread of Nilotic, Eastern Sudanic was centered in present-day Sudan, where our first webisode in the series begins. The Tutsi were defined with the physical features such as a longer, thin nose, high cheekbones, or being over 6 feet tall, all of which are common descriptions associated with the Tutsi. In the colonial era, the Tutsi were hypothesized to have arrived in the Great Lakes region from the Horn of Africa, in accordance with the Hamitic hypothesis. Following the Age of Enlightenment, many Western scholars were no longer satisfied with the biblical account of the early history of mankind, but started to develop faith-independent theories. These theories were developed in a historical situation where most Western nations were still profiting from the enslavement of Africans. In this context, many of the works published on Egypt after Napoleon's expedition seem to have had as their main purpose an attempt to prove in some way that the Egyptians were not Negroes, thus separating the high civilization of ancient Egypt from what they wanted to see as an inferior race. Authors such as W. G. Brown, whose Travels in Africa, Egypt, and Syria was published in 1799, laid the seeds for the new Hamitic myth that was to emerge in the very near future, insisting that the Egyptians were white. In his influential The Mediterranean Race, 1901, the anthropologist Giuseppe Sergi argued that the Mediterranean race had likely originated from a common ancestral stock that evolved in the Sahara region in Africa, and which later spread from there to populate North Africa, the Horn of Africa, and the circum-Mediterranean region. According to Sergi, the Hamites themselves constituted a Mediterranean variety, and one situated close to the cradle of the stock. He added that the Mediterranean race in its external characters is a brown human variety, neither white nor Negroid, but pure in its elements, that is to say, not a product of the mixture of whites with Negroes or Negroid peoples. In the mid-19th century, the term Hamitic acquired a new anthropological meaning, as scholars asserted that they could discern a Hamitic race that was distinct from the Negroid populations of sub-Saharan Africa. Richard Lepsius would coin the appellation Hamitic to denote the languages which are now seen as belonging to the Berber, Cushitic, and Egyptian branches of the Afroasiatic family. The Hamitic hypothesis reached its apogee in the work of C. G. Seligman, who argued in his book The Races of Africa, 1930, that, apart from relatively late Semitic influence, the civilizations of Africa are the civilizations of the Hamites. Its history is the record of these peoples and of their interaction with the two other African stocks, the Negro and the Bushman, whether this influence was exerted by highly civilized Egyptians or by such wider pastoralists as are represented at the present day by the Beja and Somali. The incoming Hamites were pastoral Caucasians, arriving wave after wave, better armed as well as quicker-witted than the dark agricultural Negroes. Seligman asserted that the Negro race was essentially static and agricultural, and that the wandering pastoral Hamitic had introduced most of the advanced features found in Central African cultures, including metalworking, irrigation, and complex social structures. Seligman and other early scholars believed that, in the African Great Lakes and parts of Central Africa, invading Hamites from North Africa and the Horn of Africa had mixed with local Negro women to produce several hybrid Hamiticized Negro populations. The Hamiticized Negroes were divided into three groups according to language and degree of Hamitic influence: the Negro Hamites or half-Hamites, such as the Maasai, Nandi, and Turkana; the Nilotes, such as the Shilluk and Nuer; and the Bantus, such as the Hema and Tutsi. Seligman would explain this Hamitic influence through both demic diffusion and cultural transmission. At first the Hamites, or at least their aristocracy, would endeavor to marry Hamitic women, but it cannot have been long before a series of peoples combining Negro and Hamitic blood arose. These, superior to the pure Negro, would be regarded as inferior to the next incoming wave of Hamites and be pushed further inland to play the part of an incoming aristocracy vis-a-vis the Negroes on whom they impinged. The end result of one series of such combinations is to be seen in the Maasai, the other in the Baganda, while an even more striking result is offered by the symbiosis of the Bahima of Ankole and the Bahiru. Modern-day genetic studies of the Y chromosome generally indicate that the Tutsi, like the Hutu, are largely of Bantu extraction 60% E1B1A. Paternal genetic influences associated with the Horn of Africa and North Africa are few, 3% E1B1B and 1% R1B, and are ascribed to much earlier inhabitants who were assimilated. The Tutsi are considered by some to be of Cushitic origin. Christopher Ehret argues for a unified Proto-Cushitic language in the Red Sea Hills as far back as the early Holocene. The Holocene is the current geological epoch, beginning approximately 11,700 years ago after one of many of the 6,000-year cyclical cataclysms that occur on this planet. The name Holocene comes from ancient Greek, holos, meaning whole, and kainos, meaning new, recent, referring that this epoch is entirely new. The Holocene corresponds with the rapid proliferation, growth, and impacts of the human species worldwide, including all of its written history, technological revolutions, development of major civilizations, and overall significant transition towards urban living in the present. Global warming led to a rapid rise in sea levels, which engulfed vast regions that were once landforms and transformed portions of continents into islands. Affected areas include the British Isles, the Indonesian islands, and New Guinea and Tasmania, cut off from Europe, Southeast Asia, and Australia respectively. Additionally, the Beringian land bridge was submerged by these rising levels, forming the Bering Strait and separating Asia from the Americas. Ice melt caused world sea levels to rise about 35 meters, 115 feet, in the early part of the Holocene and another 30 m in the later part of the Holocene. In addition, many areas above about 40 degrees north latitude had been depressed by the weight of the Pleistocene glaciers and rose as much as 180 meters, 590 feet, due to post-glacial rebound over the late Pleistocene and Holocene, and are still rising today. Archaeological data shows that between 10,000 to 7,000 BP rapid domestication of plants and animals took place in tropical and subtropical parts of Asia, Africa, and Central America. This allowed for the varying different carbon organic tribes, families, and clans to migrate on foot to diverse places of the globe. The Kushite Hindus were the third and final of the surviving tribes according to Dr. Z. York. The Kushites is a name describing a people said by the Hebrew Bible and by the 1st century historian Josephus to be living in Samaria around 500 BCE. The name comes from the Assyrian city of Kutha, in line with the claim that the Samaritans were descendants of settlers placed in Israel by the Neo-Assyrian Empire after the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel around 720 BCE. The label Kuthites was a pejorative name for Samaritans in later rabbinic literature. The modern scholarly view is that Yahweh worshippers in the north of ancient Israel outnumbered post-722 BCE Assyrian settlers, who assimilated into the existing Yahwist population. The Kuthites, therefore, were not a foreign population in Israel but instead a branch of Yahwistic Israel in the same sense as the Jews. The Kuthites are mentioned in Josephus, Antiquities Book 11, Chapter 4, as Kuthians, naming them as those who were brought from Media and Persia and planted in Samaria by the king of Assyria after he had conquered the 10 tribes of Israel. The name Samaria is derived from the ancient city of Samaria, capital of the northern kingdom of Israel. In Nelson's Encyclopedia, 1906 to 1934, the Samaria region in the 3 centuries following the fall of the northern kingdom of Israel, i.e. during the Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian periods, is described as a province that reached from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan Valley. The result was a mixture of religions and peoples, the latter being known as Kuthim in Hebrew and as Samaritans to the Greeks. Kuth or Kutha is mentioned in the 2 Kings 17 verse 30 in reference to the gods or idols made and worshipped by different tribes, which took place in the former holy places of exiled Israelites. King James Bible translation, and the men of Babylon made Sekothpanath, and the men of Kuth made Nergal, and the men of Hamath made Ashima. Nergal was a Mesopotamian god worshipped through all periods of Mesopotamian history, from early dynastic to Neo-Babylonian times. Nergal's name can be translated from Sumerian as Lord of the Big City, a euphemistic way to refer to him as a ruler of the underworld. His primary cult center was Kutha, located in the north of historical Babylonia. Kuth, or Kutha is known today as Tel Ibrahim. It is clear that the Kuthites were a people who dwelt beyond the Euphrates, and were thence transplanted into Samaria, in place of the Israelites who had before inhabited it. They originally came from the land of Cush, or Kutha, in the east, their first settlement being in the cities of the Medes, subdued by Shalmaneser and his predecessors. Notice the relationship between the city of Kutha and Cush. Cush is also a significant biblical figure and region mentioned in the Hebrew Scriptures, often associated with the descendants of Noah and the geographical areas in and around the northeastern part of Africa. Cush is first introduced in the Table of Nations in Genesis 10, where he is listed as a son of Ham, one of Noah's 3 sons. Genesis 10 verse 6 states, the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Kush is thus a patriarchal figure, and his descendants are believed to have settled in regions that are historically associated with Africa and India. Kush is also noted as the father of Nimrod, a mighty hunter and a significant figure in early post-flood history. This is symbolic of the Kushites, who were the progenitors of the Sumerian region and people known as the Anu people or black-headed people. Genesis 10 verses 8 to 9 records, Kush was the father of Nimrod, who began to be a mighty one on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. The land of Kush is often identified with the region south of Egypt, corresponding to modern-day Sudan and parts of Ethiopia. This identification is supported by various biblical references that associate Kush with regions known for their proximity to the Nile River and its tributaries. Ancient annals represented the Kushite India as wise and skillful. Ancient records of authority made Hind and Sin sons of Kush. Philostratus, Invit. Apollon, Lib 2, says, "The India are the wisest of mankind. The Ethiopians are a colony of them, and they inherit the wisdom of their fathers." The separation of India from the parent Kushite stock was in ages long before the rise of the so-called Aryans or nobles in India. The name India means black, and Condor thinks that it was employed only to designate the home of the Asiatic Ethiopians. We have discussed previously the carbon-organic Akkadian influence, which occurs later on in the Indus River Valley, comes from amalgamated Kushites in the north. These Kushites are Asiatic Ethiopians whom were admixed with the straight-haired, dark-skinned beings whose origins are from the star Procyon, meaning in Greek before the dog, because it rises before Sirius, the dog star. Let's be clear in regard to what is considered hair. The original hair type of early humans is believed to have been curly, similar to those of African ancestry. Straight hair is not the result of a single genetic origin but of different genetic variations that appeared independently in various populations. A specific mutation in the EDAR gene, which arose in the last 65,000 years, is linked to the coarse, thick, and straight hair found in East Asians. A different mutation in a gene like the TCHH gene is associated with the straight hair found in people of European descent, which, scientifically, are both considered a recessive trait, meaning a person can inherit the gene for straight hair from one or both parents. Read the book, Crown of Thorns by Menelik Gazer. Procyon is the brightest star in the constellation of Canis Minor and usually the 8th brightest star in the night sky. As determined by the European Space Agency Hipparcos astrometry satellite, this system lies at a distance of just 11.46 light-years, 3.51 parsecs, and is therefore one of Earth's nearest stellar neighbors. A binary star system, Procyon consists of a white-hued main sequence star in orbit with a faint white dwarf companion named Procyon b. The pair orbit each other with a period of 40.84 years and an eccentricity of 0.4. The two dog stars are referred to in the most ancient literature and were venerated by the Babylonians and the Egyptians. In Babylonian mythology, Procyon was known as Nangar, the carpenter, an aspect of Marduk, involved in constructing and organizing the celestial sky. Sirius is also found in Dogon mythology, while Canis Major is the Latin name for the constellation Great Dog in the night sky, and its brightest star, Sirius, is colloquially known as the Dog Star. In this sense, the Namos are associated with the Sirius system, which lies within the constellation Canis Major, a link highlighted in some interpretations of Dogon cosmology. The Namos are ancestral spirits and teachers from the Sirius star system who, according to Dogon tradition, came to Earth in an ark. They are described as amphibious, hermaphroditic, fish-like beings who brought knowledge to the Dogon people, including astronomy. Some archaeologists speculate that the Dogon originated from ancient Egypt and migrated west into the areas of modern-day Libya and Mauritania over time. Sometime in the 15th century, the Dogon are believed to have moved south to Mali, possibly fleeing invaders or drought. It is likely they migrated to the region from somewhere else, as the Dogon were called the Have or Stranger by the native fooled people of the region. Their decision to seek refuge in the Bandiagara escarpment was driven by the need for safety from enemies and access to water. If you read their oral histories, they talk about their origin being from the east and being descendants of yet another people. This other people are found in Mesopotamia. In Babylonian astronomy, Procyon was known as Nangar and was considered an aspect of Marduk, the chief god of the Babylonian pantheon, who was involved in the creation and organization of the celestial sky. Marduk is a deity within the Anunnaki, which were a group of powerful deities in the Sumerian and Babylonian pantheons, generally considered the offspring of the sky god and the earth goddess Ki. Their primary role was to decide the fates of human beings and gods. They are found in the Hebrew Bible as Anak and his descendants the Anakim, which are a tall and numerous people, reckoned among the Nephilim, Numbers 13:33, and the Rephaim, Deuteronomy 2 verse 10. The name of the father of Anak is Arba, Joshua 21 verse 11, and his city, Hebron, is given to Caleb, Joshua 15 verse 13. Caleb subsequently drives out the three sons of Anak. Anak is the father of the Anakim, a Rephate tribe, Josh 21:11, Deut. 2:11. The Anakim were a giant people living around Hebron and in Philistia in Old Testament times, and we can link these people with the westward migrating Dogon. The ancient people known as the Philistines were, however, in fact a group of migrants, therefore was never a place but an action of migrating peoples. We have to go back to 2500 BC where the earliest records of Dagon are found. The origin of Dagon was uncovered in the ancient Sumerian city of Mari. Dagon was originally an Assyro-Babylonian fertility god who evolved into a major northwest Semitic god, reportedly of grain, as symbol of fertility, and fish and/or fishing, as symbol of multiplying. He was worshipped by the early Amorites and by the inhabitants of the cities of Ebla, modern Tel Marduk, Syria, and Ugarit, modern Ras Shamra, Syria, which was an ancient city near the Mediterranean containing a large variety of ancient writings and pre-Judeo-Christian shrines. He was also a major member, or perhaps head, of the pantheon of the biblical Philistines. Philistines were ancient people who lived on the south coast of Canaan during the Iron Age in a confederation of city-states generally referred to as Philistia. In the book of Genesis, 10:13-14 states, with regard to descendants of Mizraim or dynastical Egypt, in the Table of Nations, Mizraim begot the Ludim, the Anamim, the Lehabim, the Naphtuhim, the Pathrusim, the Casluim, and the Caphtorim, whence the Philistines came forth. The Casluim or Casluhites were an ancient Egyptian people mentioned in the Bible and related literature. According to the book of Genesis, Genesis 10 verse 14, and the books of Chronicles, 1 Chronicles 1 verse 12, the Casluim were descendants of Mizraim, Egypt, son of Ham, out of whom originated the Philistines. Josephus mentions the Casluim in his Jewish Antiquities I.6.2 as one of the Egyptian peoples whose cities were destroyed during the Ethiopic War and who thus disappeared from history according to Western academics, yet they never disappeared. They just migrated and became known as a different people. Arab historian Ibn Khaldun, 1332-1406, citing Abu Bakr bin Yahya al-Suli, wrote that the Berbers of North Africa were descended from Casluim, the son of Mizraim. Caphtor is a locality mentioned in the Bible, in which its people are called Caphtorites or Caphtorim and are named as a division of the ancient Egyptians. Caphtor is also mentioned in ancient inscriptions from Egypt, Mari, and Ugarit. According to the Bible, Caphtor is the original homeland of the Philistines. They are reported to have eradicated the Avim prior to settling in Gaza. Genealogically, the Philistines are categorized as descendants of the Caphtorites within the Table of Nations. The book of Jeremiah suggests that Caphtor is an island. Traditionally, Caphtor has been linked to Crete and associated with Egyptian Keftiu or Akkadian Kaptara. Now the rulers of the Philistines assembled to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon their god and to celebrate, saying, "Our God has delivered Samson, our enemy, into our hands." 1 Chronicles 10 verse 10:10 They put his armor in the temple of their gods and hung up his head in the temple of Dagon. 1 Samuel 5 verse 2:2 Then they carried the ark into Dagon's temple and set it beside Dagon. Many of the oral traditions of the Dogon have been passed down for thousands of years since before the migrations from ancient Egypt. According to the Dogon, a blue star appeared in space, and a rotating vessel of fire and thunder landed, and fish gods known as the Namo emerged. They immediately created an artificial lake and set up camp around it. During the day they passed down knowledge of their star system and at night returned to their artificial lake. The Dogon was served as the priestly class throughout Egypt's golden age, of which there has been an intimate relationship with the Orion stars residing in the Sirius constellation. According to the oral records, one day the Namo packed up their supplies and returned to their ships. They promised us they would one day return, and the sign of their return would be a blue star in the heavens. Sound familiar? Now, Herodotus, the Greek father of history, visited Egypt in 5 BC and stated there was a great lake with only the Sphinx head visible. In the histories, landmark Herodotus passage 2.149, it is talking about Lake Moeris. This is clearly a man-made lake which has been excavated, for roughly at its center stand 2 pyramids, each of them rising 50 fathoms above the surface of the water and extending just as far underwater. On top of each sits a giant stone statue on a throne. Fossil discovery suggests pyramid and sphinx were underwater. What is especially intriguing is that Lake Moeris is one of the places which Herodotus claims to have seen with his own eyes, and his account of the nearby labyrinth and the lake itself is generally believed to be accurate. The Philistines, however, worshipped Dogon, Baal, a universal god of fertility. Baal was important to the farmers, known as the Lord of the Earth, Lord of Rain and Dew. The Philistines also worshipped Astarte, which they got from Egypt, the queen of heaven and goddess of war and sexual love. This deity was also worshipped by the Canaanites with burnt offerings and libations. Jeremiah 44:15-17. But the people of Dogon was known for worshipping Dagon, the god of crops, and the name itself meant gain and the inventor of the plow. Nebuchadnezzar II invaded Philistia and burned down the city of Ashkelon and took over the empire more or less. He then built it into his Babylonia. This resulted in a retreat of the Philistines, worshippers of Dogon, into West Africa and the countries above. Now, as mentioned earlier, modern historians will tell you that they disappeared from the historic record, yet never explained these worshippers of Dogon in West and Central Africa. There is more than enough evidence to confirm that the Kuthites are also a Kushite tribe of the same race as the amalgamated Philistines and the Egyptian shepherd kings, all descending with Mesopotamian Asiatic origins. Their formidable warlike appearance, as described by the spies sent to search the land, filled the Israelites with terror. They seem to have identified them with the Nephilim, the giants, Genesis 6 verse 4, Numbers 13:33, of the antediluvian age. And, indeed, there were men of very large stature among them. In some modern theories, Nimrod is seen as a leader who may have had contact with these Anunnaki gods or was a Nephilim, who are said to be the offspring of fallen angels and humans in some versions of the myth. Nimrod is a figure in biblical and mythological texts who founded cities and is sometimes linked to the Anunnaki by modern theories. The Anunnaki, in Sumerian mythology, were a group of gods including Nergal from Cutha, whose stories, including those involving ancient cities and floods, influenced other Near Eastern religions. Nimrod is described in the Bible as a powerful hunter and king who established several cities, such as Babylon, after the flood. Nimrod is none other than Sargon the Great, the king of Sumer and Akkad, who was history's first empire builder. The first centers of Nimrod's kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh, in Shinar. And only after that, verses 11-12, from that land he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth-ir, Calah, and Rezin, which is between Nineveh and Calah, which is the great city. Look, he said to his people, the Israelites have become far too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they will become even more numerous and, if war breaks out, will join our enemies, fight against us, and leave the country. So they put slave masters over them to oppress them with forced labor, and they built Pithom and Ramesses as store cities for Pharaoh. The Akkadian kings and the later potentates of Mesopotamia, such as Hammurabi of Babylon, were wont to speak condescendingly of the, presumably indigenous Kushites, black-headed people whom they governed. Cush lived in the land of Shinar, which most scholars consider to be Sumer. The sons of Shem, the Semites biblically, were also mixed, to some extent, with the Sumerians. The Sumerian Kish, the first city established in Mesopotamia after the flood, took its name from the man known in the Bible as Cush, and the name Kish appears often on clay tablets. The early post-flood Sumerian king lists say that kingship descended from heaven to Kish after the flood. Over time, the region has been controlled by numerous different civilizations, including Canaanites, Israelites, Neo-Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Seleucids, Hasmoneans, Romans, Byzantines, Arabs, Crusaders, and Ottoman Turks. We have shown that the Kuthites are clearly related to the Sumerian/Mesopotamian cultures and civilizations. All of these cultures have in common some form of extraterrestrial origins, whether it be beings such as the Namos/Naga, Anunnaki, Neteru, or stars and constellations such as Sirius, Orion, or Pleiades. After the introduction of Darwinism, there came a dangerous tendency to see the evolution of languages as reflecting that of human races. One of the chief offenders was Ernst Haeckel, 1879. At the end of his masterly study of biological evolution, he tacked on a family tree of 12 human species divided into 36 races. His 4 lowest species were woolly-haired and dark-skinned. His highest species was Homo mediterraneus, divided into 4 races: Indo-European, Basque, Caucasian, and Hamo-Semitic, or say Afro-Asian. It was a picture that fitted well with European colonial empires. We know that the Proto-Indo-European speakers had kings, Latin rex/regis, Sanskrit raja, and Benvenisti, 1969, stresses their role of delimiting boundaries. A hint of their possible reaches suggested by the Vedic account of the great horse sacrifice. The raiders spread their Y chromosomes far and wide, but there is no suggestion that they brought their wives. For the most part, they interbred with local women or camp followers, so any pure Yamnaic genes were rapidly diluted. They did not spread because they had superior genes. They spread their genes because they had, for the time being, more effective technology. Above all, they became very successful in spreading their languages. 80% of Yamnaya burials are of males, with weaponry in their grave goods, sometimes buried with their horses and/or chariots. Society seems to have been strongly male-dominated, and there were 3 main social classes: priests, warriors, and pastors. These are identical with the 3 higher castes of Hindu society, and they may have been hereditary. The Yamnaya, whom were an amalgamated tribe of varying people of genetic ancestry, came to the Indus plain on horseback, and waves separated perhaps by decades or longer. This genetic component, which arrived with migrations around 4,000 to 3,800 years ago, is a significant part of the ancestral North Indian genetic group. Research suggests this admixture is linked to the spread of Indo-European languages and a primarily male-mediated migration of the steppe-based culture. A Y chromosome subtype linked to the Yamnaya culture is found in modern Indian populations, with its prevalence being higher in the north than in the south. This genetic component appeared in Indian populations between 4,000 and 3,800 years ago. The arrival of Yamnaya-related genes is considered a key event in the formation of latter-day Indian populations, forming the basis of the ancestral North Indian genetic group, which mixed with other ancient groups. Like other pastoral people, they were warriors, familiar with prowling and hunting and with bow and arrow. Each family was ruled by an authoritarian male, and each tribe was ruled by a king called a Raja, who was obliged to consult with tribal councils on matters of major importance. Let us be clear, the Yamnaya are not hybrid albinos but one of their progenitors, through miscegenation and various amalgamations. As a pastoral people, they became a mixed multitude of peoples, of which the pale hybrid albino descends due to this admixture of recessive genes in the bloodlines. Like other pastoral people, these invaders were storytellers. They brought with them their centuries-old sacred hymns, myths, and oral history stories that expressed their desire to please their gods. They had a father god of the heaven, sky, and atmosphere, called Dyauspatar, Sky Father. They had a male god of thunder and rain called Indra, who was also the god of war. Both of these gods have carbon organic origins and are depicted as black in their oldest recorded incarnations. We introduced the concept earlier that the Vedas and Sanskrit descended from an Akkadian-related culture to the north. Well, it is interesting to note that the incomers to the region worshipped a god of fire they called Agni, which we briefly connected to Anu and the Anu people of Sumeria. To the Aryans or noble priesthood class, Agni was fire, and they believed that Agni hungrily devoured the animals that they sacrificed in their rituals of burning. These sacrifices were performed by priests to obtain from their gods the gifts of children, success in war, wealth, health, longevity, food, drink, or anything else that contributed to their happiness. Among the Zoroastrians, whom were known fire worshippers, we will find in the Sanskrit the 3 great Asuras, which also exist as previously mentioned in the Hindu culture. Ahura Mazda, or in Sanskrit Ahura Mitha, Mitra, or Mir, where we find the origin of Misr or Mitzrayim, known as the dynastic Egyptians, together with Rahman, Rama, a god also found in Islam as Rahman. The list of common deities and concepts will make it clear that the Zoroastrian system is essentially the same as the Vedic one and is the true source of the Western concepts of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The presence of Indra in the list of the Devas seems to mirror the relegation of Indra that started in the Puranic times, where instead of connecting to Svara through the intermediate region of which Indra is Lord, a direct worship of the great Lord, Vishnu or Shiva, was stressed. The Zoroastrian mythology remembers the Vedic sages and heroes such as Kavi Sashrava, K. Khosra, Kavi Ushanas, K.S. The commonality of the fire ritual is well known. Less known is the ritual of the 9 nights, Barashnam Inoshab, which is like the Indian ritual of the same name, Navaratri. Zarathustra made a clear distinction between the good way, Ashavant, and the false way, Dregvant. The pre-Zoroastrian religion of Iran has sometimes been labeled pagan. In reality, it appears to have been Vedic. Zarathustra's innovation lay in his emphasis on the dichotomy of good and bad. But in details it retained the earlier structure of the Vedic divinities and their relationship, as well as the central role of the fire ritual. With the passing years, the waves of incoming amalgamated carbon organic Vedic influenced tribes that had come to the Indus plain spread out across the region. They warred in some cases against the ancient indigenous carbon organic tribes, families, and clans, and they took and settled their land sometimes by intermarriage. This land then provided to these incomers with pasture for their animals. These amalgamated tribes grouped in villages and built homes of bamboo or light wood, homes without statues or art. They soon learned agriculture and began growing crops. The environment supplied them with all they needed. But perhaps responding to their old traditions and impulses, the tribes began warring against each other, wars that might begin with the stealing of cattle. Because of these wars, gradually the tribal kings began changing from elected leaders to autocratic rulers. The tribal kings had begun associating their power with the powers of their gods, rather than the approval of their fellow tribesmen. They began allying themselves with the priest class or the Brahmins who had came amongst them to clean them up, which, as we mentioned previously, is the modus operandi for the hybrid albino descendants of these Yamnaya tribes. In the decades around 1000 BC, there was a shortage of rainfall in the Indus Valley, and running from this drought, some tribes trekked eastward along the foot of the Himalayan mountains. Here the jungles were less dense, and the rivers easier to cross. This path took them to the plains of the Ganges Valley. Meanwhile, some of the priest class had wandered ahead of their tribes, in order to evangelize among the tribes that they may come upon. They found these societies to have a more egalitarian organization than they had, and so they despised them for not having kings as godly and autocratic as theirs. By now, these tribes had acquired iron tools and weapons, iron having spread eastward through Persia. And now, with their superior weaponry, the tribes fought those who resisted their advance. They believed that the gods were on their side, and that resistance from local peoples was inspired by demons. Gradually they spread out over much of the Ganges Valley, usurping the cultures and claiming them as their own. Some tribes also migrated south, along the western coast of the Indian subcontinent, and some tribes went down the eastern coast, to an area called Kalinga. A few tribes went as far south as the island that in Hindu literature was called Lanka. And some of their priests went as missionaries to southern India. Occasionally the Vedic missionaries might feel threatened or mistreated, and they would then seek the aid of their king. This being a good pretext for incursions, their king's warriors would come south to their rescue. With these tribes being a carbon-organic mixed multitude, settling alongside local indigenous peoples, a complex hierarchy of classes developed that would be called caste. At the top of this class ranking was the priests and their entire families, the Brahmins. Also at the top were the warrior aristocrats, the Kshatriyas, whose job it was to practice constantly for combat. Neither the Brahmins nor the Kshatriyas conceded superiority to the other, but they agreed that the other classes were lower than they. The first of these lower classes was the Vaishyas and their families. This class were those who tended cattle and served the Brahmins and Kshatriyas in others' ways, the middle class. The lowest class was the now conquered indigenous carbon organic blacks. They were called the Shudras. In the beginning, this class system was less rigid than it would be centuries later due to the fact that at this period in time all the tribes were carbon organic families and clans of varying admixtures but similar, related cultures. People from different classes could dine together. A man from a non-Brahmin family could still become a priest and therefore a Brahmin. And although marriage within one's own class was preferred, there was no absolute restriction against marrying people from a different class. By around 700 or 600 BC, the migrations of these Vedic-inspired Yamnaya had ended. With their new successes in agriculture, they increased in number and they began to create cities. Traders, merchants, and landlords appeared, as did money lending. Over time, a mix developed between the nomadic religion of the incoming tribes and the local religions of the conquered. This mix came with Yamnaya males intermixing with carbon organic females, and it came with some among the conquered accepting the religion of their conquerors. In India, this blend of Yamnaya Akkadian doctrines and local spiritual customs became known as Hinduism, a word derived from the word Sindhu. Etymologically, English language word Indus comes from late Latin Indus, 1598, specifically a use of classical Latin Indus, an inhabitant of India, Indian from ancient Greek, inhabitant of India, Indian, the river Indus from Achaemenian Old Persian Hindu, denoting an eastern province of the Achaemenid Empire, and Avestan Haidu, Du river. Natural, frontier. This once again confirms the Persian overlay onto the Hindu religion, which ranged from veneration of traditional carbon organic Persian gods by urban intellectuals to the worship of a diversity of local, rural, and agricultural deities. The Hindu caste system as we recognize it today was put in place by later invaders from within as the paler seed started to rise within the various now corrupt priesthoods, who upon conquering an indomitable foe, and seeking to ensure that he does not rise again, codifies his status with religious dogma and social taboos. This is the modus operandi of the hybrid albinos the world over, where they adopt the deities and cultures of the people, co-opt the spiritually into religions and usurp the doctrines in order to enslave the populace with ghost worship and racial and spiritual ignorance. Just like we witness within the Abrahamic religions of today found within the Western Hemisphere, where the leaders of these religions are hybrid albinos of varying genetic potency who have usurped the cultures of the indigenous carbon organic tribes, families, and clans and turned natural culture into mythological religion. The same can be found in the East amongst the hybrid albinos of various admixtures whom have co-opted the cultures of the indigenous carbon organic tribes, families, and clans of the regions and created their own variations, and fused and suited to their own hybrid genetics. One of the records which narrate this usurpation is the Rig Veda, which is one of the oldest extant texts in any Indo-European language. Philological and linguistic evidence indicate that the Rig Veda was composed in the northwestern region of the Indian subcontinent, most likely between 1500 to 1200 BC, though a wider approximation of 1700 to 1100 BC has also been given. The Padapatha and the Pradasakya anchor the text's fidelity and meaning, and the fixed text was preserved with unparalleled fidelity for more than a millennium by oral tradition alone. The Rig Veda was probably not written down until the Gupta period, 4th to 6th centuries AD, by which time the Brahmi script had become widespread. The oldest surviving manuscripts are from 1040 AD, discovered in Nepal. The oral tradition still continued into recent times. Even though many question the nature of an Aryan invasion as conceived by Muller, the Rig Veda, which is one of the earliest known writings written in any Indo-European language, the Hindu Bible of sorts, speaks explicitly of war with and conquest of the indigenous carbon organics referred to as blacks. It should be kept in mind that the Vedas were written several centuries after the fact. As is always the case with oral histories, myth and fact become blended over time and then become indistinguishable, one from the other, but what we can be clear about is that the Aryans or nobles were not invading albinos, but they were amalgamated carbon organic tribes with hybrid albinos amongst them. Let's see how these wars are portrayed in the Vedic hymns. Hymn C. Indra 18. He, much invoked, hath slain Dacius and Simmias, after his wont, and laid them low with arrows. The mighty thunderer with his fair-complexioned friends won the land, the sunlight, and the waters. Hymn Xli Soma Pavamana 1. Active and bright have they come forth, impetuous in speed like bulls, driving the black skin far away. 2. Quelling the rightless Dasu, may we think upon the bridge of bliss, leaving the bridge of woe behind. Hymn Decade 4 Indra 11. Sing, with oblation, praise to him who mocketh glad, who with Rijisvan drove the dusky brood away. Hymn CXLVII Indra 1. When we have pressed the juice we laud thee, Indra, and when, most valorous, we have won the booty. Bring us prosperity, as each desires it under thine own protection may we conquer. 2. Sublime from birth, mayst thou, O Indra, hero, with Surya overcome the Dasa races. Hymn X Yama Yami 7. O Indra, thou shalt speak us fair, our holy prayer is offered up. We pray to thee for help as thou didst strike the monster Susna dead. Around us is the Dasu, rightless, void of sense, inhuman, keeping alien laws. Baffle, thou slayer of the foe, the weapon which this Dasa wields. Hymn XXXVII Indra 3. The godless man, much minus lauded Indra, whether he be Dasa or be Arya, who would war with us, easy to conquer he for thee, with us, these foes, with thee may we subdue them in the clash of fight. Hymn Liv Indra 1. I sing thy fame that, Magavan, through thy greatness the heavens and earth invoke thee in their terror. Thou, aiding gods, didst quell the power of Dasas, what time thou holpest many a race, O Indra. Hymn LXIX Agni 6. All treasures hast thou won, of plains and mountains, and quelled the Dasas and Arya's hatred. Hymn 82. Manu, Arya, and Dasa will we conquer with thine aid, with thee the conqueror, with conquest sped. Hymn CII Indra 3. O Indra, cast thy bolt among assailants who would slaughter us, the weapon both of Dasa and of Arya foe keep far away, O Magavan. Decada, Soma Pavamana 5. Impetuous, bright, have they come forth, unwearied in their speed, like bulls, driving the black skin far away. Hymn CXXX Indra. Plaguing the lawless he gave up to Manu's seed the dusky skin, blazing, he burns each covetous man away, he burns the tyrannous away. Hymn Ci Indra 1. Sing, with oblation, praise to him who mocketh glad, who with Rijisvan drove the dusky brood away. Hymn 9 Agni. Thou smotest down the swarthy 50,000, and rauntest forts as age consumes a garment. Hymn 73. Soma Pavamana. Blowing away with supernatural might from earth and from the heavens the swarthy skin which Indra hates. As we mentioned, there is no other way to account for the Hindu caste system, except as something put in place later by an invader. Yet this is a recent addition, as the Aryan invasion theory pretends that warfare is pale-skinned race versus a darker race. Yet, initially they are both dark races of the black seed and the red seed, and through time and age the pale, so-called white seed took prominence, through careful and deliberate manipulations. Max Muller's interpretation of Vedic literature in terms of a clash between two racial groups led him to search for physical features in the Vedas that would identify the groups physically. And so, Muller tentatively interpreted nose length as one such differentiating feature. Sir Herbert Hope Risley, 1851–1911, was a powerful colonial bureaucrat at the Royal Anthropological Institute and developed the nasal index based on Max Muller's speculation. This nasal index, much like phrenology, became a tool of race science in an effort to classify the traits of Indian communities. During the 4 decades of his stay in India, Risley made an extensive study of Indian communities based on the nasal index. His goal was to separate the Aryan communities from the non-Aryan communities. His taxonomical classification and massive documentation of Indian jatis froze the dynamic quality and mobility found in the jati system within the Varna matrix. Various colonially inspired studies transformed jatis into racial categories rather than identities based on occupation. The nasal index not only separated the jatis into Aryan and non-Aryan, it also classified those considered non-Aryan as distinct from mainstream Hindu society. Risley compared the black plantation workers in America with the so-called non-Aryan communities in India. This foreshadows the Afro-Dravidian projects of today, which are essentially the expansion of Risley's project of ethnic fragmentation of India. Rajiva Malhotra says Rigveda May 29, 10 was used to classify Indians tentatively as Aryans and non-Aryans. Max Muller's interpretation of the Rig Veda claimed that only the first three Varnas are Aryan, while the fourth, Shudra, is not Aryan. However, he explicitly admitted that there was no evidence of physical differences between Aryans and non-Aryans in Sanskrit texts. He made only one incidental reference to physical differences, that noses were described differently for different tribes in the Rig Veda. He based this notion on a single Sanskrit word, anasa, Rig Veda, v.29.10, that was used infrequently. Muller himself drew no important conclusions from this casual observation. But his prejudice was passed on through others who were more eager to do the dirty work openly. One of the common threads throughout the West study of India has been the manner in which subsequent scholars pick and choose from someone else's work, often out of context, and with their own arbitrary assignment of priorities. This is what happened between Max Muller's writing and its manipulative use by Risley years later. Rajiv Malhotra also says Max Muller publicly criticized such theories but privately encouraged such interpretations. The younger Risley was greatly influenced by the senior and legendary figure of Max Muller. The development of racist theories between these two men was an important step in shaping the future identities of people across India. Publicly, Muller was cautious and wanted to protect his image, so he criticized the use of linguistics for racial profiling. But indirectly and privately, he encouraged it in various ways. For instance, Muller gave the following input in a private letter to Risley. Prior to Risley's census of 1901, it may be that in time the classification of skulls, hair, eyes, and skin may be brought into harmony with the classification of language. We may even go so far as to admit, as a postulate, that the two must have run parallel, at least in the beginning of all things. In the same letter, he encouraged Risley by saying that students of ethnology have regarded the skull as the shell of the brain to be an indicator of the spiritual essence of the person. In other words, Max Muller spoke from both sides of his mouth when it came to racial implications of cultural and linguistic factors. This ambiguity was often deliberately nuanced in codified terms, which enabled more blatantly racist men like Risley to proceed further. Max Muller was hired by the East India Company in 1847 to translate the Vedas and other ancient Hindu scriptures. Muller's financial agreement with the British Empire was unusually rewarding. He was paid an extraordinary sum of £4 per sheet of his writing, which translates to roughly $235 per page today after inflation adjustments. At that time, this was a staggering 55 times greater than the average translator's salary, signaling the high value the British Empire placed on his work. Muller's unique combination of skills was highly desirable for this task. His proficiency in Sanskrit, the language of Hindu scriptures, allowed him to delve into the complex nuances of the ancient texts. His unwavering Christian faith ensured that the translations didn't reflect the real meaning but his beliefs, his views, and views that suited his paymasters. Additionally, the unwavering attitude of Hindus necessitated Muller's experiments with Hindu texts. His letter revealed that he lived in poverty before he was employed by the British. His duplicity in translation was praised by his superiors, and in London, where he lived, there were a lot of Orientalists working for the British. To Chevalier Bunsen, 55, St. John Street, Oxford, August 25, 1856, he wrote, "I should like to live for 10 years quite quietly and learn the language, try to make friends, and then see whether I was fit to take part in a work, by means of which the old mischief of Indian priestcraft, Brahminism, could be overthrown and the way opened for the entrance of simple Christian teaching. Whatever finds root in India soon overshadows the whole of Asia." To the Dean of St. Paul's, Dr. Milman, Stoughton House, Bournemouth, February 26, 1867, he wrote, "I have myself the strongest belief in the growth of Christianity in India. There is no country so ripe for Christianity as India, and yet the difficulties seem enormous." Muller invented the Aryan theory and propagated it like a devil. He wrote this in the letters to his wife, "It took only 200 years for us to Christianize the whole of Africa, but even after 400 years India eludes us. I have come to realize that it is Sanskrit which has enabled India to do so. And to break it I have decided to learn Sanskrit. The soul of India lies in Sanskrit and the Vedas." And Lord Macaulay saw to it that the later generations are successfully cut off from their roots. He invented the Dravidian theory, also aiming at the South Indians, and cooked up stories of Brahmins as Aryans who invaded their lands and oppressed them. His sole aim was to break the backbone of Sanatan Dharma by vilifying the Brahmins, who were great scholars, mathematicians, warriors, and teachers. So whom is this Brahmin or Abraham of biblical fame? Brahma is a carbon organic Hindu god of Kushite origin, referred to as the creator within the Trimurti, the trinity of supreme divinity that includes Vishnu and Shiva. He is associated with creation, knowledge, and the Vedas. Brahma is prominently mentioned in creation legends, yet the origins of the term Brahma are uncertain, partly because several related words are found in the Vedic literature, such as Brahman for the ultimate reality and Brahma for priest. A distinction between the spiritual concept of Brahman and the deity Brahma is that the former is a genderless abstract metaphysical concept in Hinduism, while the latter is one of the many masculine gods in Hindu tradition. The spiritual concept of Brahman is quite old, and some scholars suggest that the deity Brahma may have emerged as a personification and visible icon of the impersonal universal principle of Brahman. The existence of a distinct deity named Brahma is evidenced in late Vedic texts. Also, Brahma's wife is the goddess Sarasvati. She is considered to be the embodiment of his power, the instrument of creation, and the energy that drives his actions. It's interesting to note the Trinity concept found in the Kushite Indus Valley, Kushite Babylon, and Kushite Ethiopia/Egypt, and the Brahma and Sarasvati similarities, the Hebrew Bible's Abraham and Sarah. In regard to Abraham as Brahma, Stephen Rosen writes, the similarities between the names of Abraham and Brahma have not gone unnoticed. Abraham is said to be the father of the Jews, and Brahma, as the first created being, is often seen as the father of mankind. Abraham's name is derived from the two Semitic words of meaning father and Ram/Ram meaning of the exalted. We might also note that the name of Brahma's consort Sarasvati seems to resonate with that of Abraham's wife, Sarah. Also, in India, the Sarasvati River includes a tributary known as the Ghaggar. And according to Jewish tradition, Hagar was Sarah's maidservant. Both Brahmins and Jews see themselves as the chosen people of God. The Hebrews began their sojourn through history as a kingdom of priests, Exodus 19 verse 6. Likewise, Brahmins are also a community of priests. Donald M. Craig points to ancient sources regarding a history of Abraham from India. Flavius Josephus, in the Antiquities of the Jews, quotes Aristotle 384 BCE, 322 BCE, as saying that Jews are derived from the Indian philosophers and are known as the Kalani. Clearchus of Soli was a student in Aristotle's school. In his book, De Somno, he elaborates on the story of how Aristotle discovered this information, but the basic concept remained the same. Here is the actual quote. Apian 122-4 Clearchus, who was the scholar of Aristotle, says that Aristotle his master related what follows of a Jew, and sets down Aristotle's own discourse with him. The account is this, as written down by him, this man then, answered Aristotle, was by birth a Jew, and came from Cilicia. These Jews are derived from the Indian philosophers. They are named by the Indians Kalami, and by the Syrians Judei, and took their name from the country they inhabit, which is called Judea, but for the name of their city, it is a very awkward one, for they call it Jerusalem. This is Aristotle's account of the matter, as given us by Clearchus. Megasthenes was a traveler who became an ambassador of Seleucus of Syria to the court of Chandragupta Maurya, the first unifier India, before the latter's death in 288 BCE. Megasthenes, who was sent to India by Seleucus Nicator about 300 years before Christ, and whose accounts from new inquiries are every day acquiring additional credit, says that the Jews were an Indian tribe or sect called Kalani. Anacalypsis, by Godfrey Higgins, Volume 1, page 400. Here a singular analogy presents itself. Eusebius, in his Chronicon, by Scaliger, says in a year, corresponding to 1575 before Jesus Christ, that Ethiopians coming from the river Indus, encamped and settled near Egypt. The Jews, by their own avowal, being of Chaldean race, a branch of black Arabs, it follows that they are real Ethiopians. As to the Indus or Black River, this name was given to several rivers. Besides, Megasthenes, speaking of the Jews, says they were an Indian tribe or sect called Kalani, and that their theology has a great resemblance with that of the Indians. Should we read Chaldai instead of Kalani? Josephus does not make the remark. In result, this always indicates a tribe of Ethiopian Arabs. Higgins also claims that Ur of the Chaldees, the home of Abraham mentioned in the Bible, was actually Ur of the Chaldeans. Chaldean, he continues, is actually Chaldeva or the Holy Khals, a Brahminical priestly caste of India, who were part of the Harappan culture, lived in the upper Indus Valley/Kashmir region of India around 1900 BC, the time of Abraham. Khal was not the name of a specific ethnicity but the title of an ancient Brahminical priestly caste that lived in what are now Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the Indian state of Kashmir. Khals belong to the Saraswat Brahmin class, which forms the apex of the Indian caste order, and trace their descent to Lord Dattatreya, the Lord of Yoga, or trace their origin to Mahakal, which is another name for Lord Shiva. In his book Moisés y los Extraterrestres, Mexican author Tomás de Rest states, Voltaire was of the opinion that Abraham descended from some of the numerous Brahmin priests who left India to spread their teachings throughout the world. And in support of his thesis he presented the following elements: the similarity of names and the fact that the Ur of the Chaldevas, land of the patriarchs, was near the border of Persia, the road to India, where Brahman had been born. The name of Brahma was highly respected in India, and his influence spread throughout Persia as far as the lands bathed by the rivers Euphrates and Tigris. Higgins writes that the tribe of the Brahmin Abraham was expelled from or left India and settled in Goshen in Egypt. Finally, he states, the Arabian historians contend that Brahma and Abraham, their ancestor, are the same person. The antiquity of Josephus may offer credence to the possibility that Abraham's homeland and ancestral line coincided with that of early India. According to the Hebrew Bible, a flood drove Abraham out of India. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nachor, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood, and led him throughout all the land of Canaan. Joshua 24 verses 2-3. About 1900 BC, the cult of Brahm was carried to the Middle and Near East by several different Indian groups after a severe rainfall and earthquake tore northern India apart, even changing the courses of the Indus and Sarasvati rivers. The classical geographer Strabo tells us just how nearly complete the abandonment of northwestern India was. Aristobulus says that when he was sent upon a certain mission in India, he saw a country of more than 1,000 cities, together with villages, that had been deserted because the Indus had abandoned its proper bed. Strabo's Geography, 15.I.19. The drying up of the Sarasvati around 1900 BCE, which led to a major relocation of the population centered around in the Sindhu and the Sarasvati valleys, could have been the event that caused a migration westward from India. An important set of migrations took place between 500 CE and 1000 CE in different parts of India. These are known as the Brahmin migrations. The carbon-organic indigenous Brahmins came with special skills. Unlike the Vedic Brahmins, who only performed yajnas for the material well-being of their patrons, the migrating Brahmins were known for establishing villages. Villages increased the expanse of cultivated lands, hence the income of kings. Thus, kings or ambitious warlords in different parts of India would invite Brahmins to come to their kingdoms to establish temples, transforming village gods into local forms of mainstream Puranic gods. The deity of the temple was designated the real owner of the villages. The king was merely a viceroy, and the priest served both king and deity. The temple would then become the center for tax collection. It also became the place of culture, where art, music, and literature would develop. The Brahmins thus enabled the king to become royal and expand his reach over the land. Both Abraham and Brahma have an opportunity to expand upon the wisdom given in the past, since these historical characters are indeed one and the same, though viewed from different cultural/historical perspectives, such as Abraham is the ancestral father to more than one nation, Genesis 16 verses 8-16 and Genesis 17 verse 5, where Abraham inherited wisdom from the east. Abraham/Sarah and Brahma/Sarasvati are not the only overlapping figures between Hindu and Hebrew traditions. Ajit Vadakale points out that there is also Adam/Eve and Adhama/Havyavadi, along with Noah and Nuha or Manu. As well, the Hebrew religion is one among a group of traditions including Islam and Christianity that believe that Abraham is their father. The good qualities exemplified in Abraham are immortally deified in Brahma, while Brahma's wish-born sons live out these qualities on earth, much like Abraham. Therefore, the qualities of the wish-born sons of Brahma, such as Brahmanaspati/Brihaspati or the sons of Angiras, reflect remarkably with those of Abraham. These claims are based on the physical anthropology and archaeology of Indic Iranians aside from the mythology of the early Persians themselves and their apparent connection with the Dahi or Dasas of early India. This is also based on what has been found about early Mitanni and the earliest known evidence of the so-called Indic Iranian Mitanni and Hittite inscriptions. The Kadi or Hittites and Maruts, also known as Amorites, are found to be functioning as the fathers, protectors, and mothers, helpmates or assistants of Jerusalem. The Merat or Amorites was the first caste name of the Indian Vaishyas, craftsmen, farmers, cattlemen, traders, etc. In India, the Hittites were also known as Satis or Chadis, pronounced Tutti or Kedi. Indian historians classify them as one of the oldest castes of the Yadavas. The city formed one of the most ancient tribes among the Kshatriyas, who are the aristocratic class made up of Hittites and Kassites or Kushites in early Vedic times. As early as the period of the Rig Veda, the city kings had acquired great renown, and they are one of the leading powers in northern India in the great epic. The city are an ethnic minority group inhabiting Pakistan and India. They are primarily descended from the Bantu peoples of the Zanj coast in Southeast Africa. The term city is derived from the title borne by the captains of the Arab vessels that first brought city settlers to India. These captains were known as Sayyid. A different name occasionally used for the city is the term Habshi. While originally used to refer specifically to the Habesha peoples, Ethio-Semitic speakers from Abyssinia, the term later became more broadly used to refer to Africans of any ethnicity, but not necessarily referring to the city specifically. Siddis are also sometimes referred to as Afro-Indians. Siddis were referred to as Zanji by Arabs as a term of insult. In China, various transcriptions of this Arabic word were used, including Shinji and Jingji. The Hittite inscriptions are based on traditions of the Persians themselves, which all have traces of Vedic, Indus Valley mythology. It is well known that the earliest Medes and Persians named themselves and claimed descent from Dahak and other Arabians that were evidently living in the Hyksos era. The true historic narrative carbon organic Indus Valley region, the Persian/Iranian plateau, and the Arabian Peninsula are key to understanding the carbon organic origins of Europe and how the carbon organic Hebrews and the mixed multitude came about and eventually settled and ruled Europe. It was in these regions where the miscegenation between the varying carbon organic tribes and families and the hybrid albino Asians first took place before migrating into the Balkan, Anatolian, and Peloponnese regions from the east and south through the Levant. It is soon after this time that the Indic element begins to appear all over West Asia, Egypt, and Greece. Therefore, besides being driven out of northern India by floods, the Aryans also forced Indian merchants, artisans, and educated classes to flee to West Asia. They are known to history as Kassites, Hittites, Syrians, Assyrians, Hurrians, Arameans, Hyksos, another name for Hebrews, Mitannians, Amalekites, Ethiops, Phoenicians, Chaldeans, and many more. The problem is that biblical scholars have wrongly taught that these are ethnicities indigenous to Western Asia, rather than caste names of ancient India, which was the fleeing population of the fallen and fragmented great empire of Nimrod, also known as Sargon the Great, which spread from Spain and the Atlantic Ocean across Central Asia to Japan and the Pacific Ocean. Hybrid albino history books have chosen to call these fleeing peoples the Indo-Europeans, leaving the impression these are hybrid albinos or so-called white people. Yet under closer inspection, these are carbon organic tribes, families, and clans. The Greeks referred to the Phoenicians, Ethiopians, and Persians as Sphenian Cephus, Epacnus, and Apophis too, according to certain Greeks, were associated with the so-called shepherd kings of Manetho and other writers. The Hyksos origins also explain why the Greeks could make Priam and Memnon relatives of the heroes of Troy. Why Perseus marries Andromeda, daughter of Cepheus and Cassiopeia, king and queen of Ethiopia, and why Medes claim descent from Medea, who is made black in Greek renditions. The Sphenians was an ancient Greek name for the people who later became known as the Persians. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, the people referred to themselves and their neighbors knew them as the Artians, or Arteoi, in ancient times. The name change to Persians is explained in Greek mythology as follows. Perseus, the son of Zeus and Danae, visited King Cepheus, son of Belus. Perseus married Cepheus' daughter, Andromeda. They had a son named Perses, whom Perseus left in the country as Cepheus had no male heir. The nation subsequently took its name, Persians, from Perses. The ancient Greek authors often used their own legends and name similarities to explain the origins of other nations. Ascoparpala and others had linked the names of such the Persian tribes mentioned by Herodotus as the Dai or Dahi, Derbaiks or Dropicans, Karmani, Amardians, from which came the Achaemenids, to the Dajas mentioned in Indo-Aryan epics. The former are thought to have originated in the Namazga IV or Tripura building Bronze Age culture of Greater Iran and Central Asia. Many of the early Mitanni deities also found among the early Hindu or Indic deities, i.e. Surya, Entoruta or Indra, Nahar, the Maruts, etc., were in fact early Semitic, i.e. Afro-Arabian deities. There were just too many similarities in etymology and cosmo-astronomical significance of the names. Almost all so-called Aryan deities, and in fact Greek gods, were nothing but Semitic or deified Ethiopic chiefs, including names of Hyksos rulers and South Arabian rulers. This is why there are so many links between Indic Aryan and Greek myth, such as the mythos of 50 Danavas and 50 Danaids, Adiphirs, or Daityas and Titans, etc. We also remember that the sum of the Greeks' assessment of the names of their gods was that they came from the Ethiopians, that is to say, the Sphenians. As for the physical anthropology, the earliest Namazga cultures are as usual associated with black or dolichocephalic negroid and Hamitic skeletal type and slightly modified to unmodified form, which were categorized under the typical code names of Eurafrican, ultradolichocephalic Mediterranean, Southern Mediterranean, etc. These African-affiliated populations in Iran were, of course, later overtaken by and to some extent merged with non-black hybrid albino groups. In the case of Iran, the transfer began almost with the end of the Achaemenid period. That is why there is a change from the carbon organic dark brown people with Ethiopic or South Arabian appearance, slightly modified of course, to longer-haired and the more broader-headed hybrid albino Eurasiatic and European-looking people by the Parthian and Sassanid periods. And finally, these people moved into India in large numbers, settling among the original black Zati or Jats and Meds or Maids, and Rajasthan and other places along the Industry. Until this day, there is conflict between the so-called black and white Jats. Those of the most ancient Persians' ancestors came from ancient Arabia, from the Dai or Arabian Ad-Dai as the tribe and groups under the South Arabian rulers such as Sauda bin Ak. This explains the Hyksos Arabian genealogy, and a good read which explores this book, The Bible Came from Arabia. The Hyksos were the people who, if understood as the Amalekites or Malucher, resolves many enigmas regarding ancient reference to Ethiopians as colonizers of the Aegean, Mediterranean, North African coasts, and it explains why, as stated in The Children of the Sun, an early Persian king refers to the Bao using Ethiopians as kinsmen. It also in part explains why the Greeks speak of waves of Ethiopians coming forth with the leader Dionysus, Yahweh Nissa, or the god of Nissa, Osiris. Dahak, Ahid or Azaman and the Dai tribe were well known in Arabian genealogy and mythology. The claim is contrary to conventional history, but so is the idea that the early Semitic people and Arabians were black. As long as that is the case, there will be people claiming that the idea of the early Indic Iranian speakers could not have been the Ethiopic peoples these earliest Iranians claimed to be. These are just a few of the reasons that the dark brown Persians are descended from dark brown Ethiops who settled Arabia. Whether curly-haired or afroed, the original Proto-Saharan tribes of Central Asia were known as the Kushana, Yushi, Mandaga, Mande, and Kasu. The four kingdoms of Saka were the Megamasaka, Munsa, and Mandaga. The term Saka, now used to describe a late Indo-European group that conquered Central Asia formerly, was used to refer to the Kushites Proto-Saharans of ancient Central Asia. These carbon organic Saka we will cover in future webisodes, as they are the progenitors to the Saxons of Britain, but for now, let it be known that Greek and Roman historians called the region corresponding to modern Georgia Eastern Iberia, in contrast to Western Iberia, i.e. the Iberian Peninsula, currently Spain and Portugal. The similarity of the name with the old inhabitants of the Iberian Peninsula, the Western Iberians, has led to an idea of ethnogenetical kinship between them and the people of Caucasian Iberia, called the Eastern Iberians. It has been advocated by various ancient and medieval authors, although they differed in approach to the problem of the initial place of their origin. The theory seems to have been popular in medieval Georgia. The prominent Georgian religious writer George the Hagioite, 1009 to 1065, wrote about the wish of certain Georgian nobles to travel to the Iberian Peninsula and visit the local Georgians of the West, as he called them. The Greek geographer Strabo attributed the name Iberians both to the Iberians of the Caucasus and to the Western Iberians, Geography 11:2-19. These far from each other regions were for centuries the extreme points of various empires, Roman, Byzantine, Arabian, Ottoman, and served as gateways for the passage of many different civilizations and boundaries for the idea of Europe. In antiquity, both Iberias were the limits of the civilized world. No wonder mythology considered they were otherworldly gates to the unknown, as the legends of the Hesperides, the Amazons, and the travels of Heracles go to show. Next door to Iberia we find Caucasus, as mentioned in our Fallacy of Greece and Rome series. This is what Herodotus states in regard to Caucasus, and this further proves that before 500 AD hybrid albinos have no presence in the region except as a slave class, hence the term Slavic and carbon organic tribes. Families and clans are dominant in the region. 2.104 There can be no doubt that the Chalkians are an Egyptian race. Before I heard any mention of the fact from others, I had remarked it myself. After the thought had struck me, I made inquiries on the subject both in Caucasus and in Egypt, and I found that the Chalkians had a more distinct recollection of the Egyptians than the Egyptians had of them. Still, the Egyptians said that they believed the Chalkians to be descended from the army of Sesostris. My own conjectures were founded, first, on the fact that they are black-skinned and have woolly hair, which certainly amounts to but little, since several other nations are so too, but further and more especially, on the circumstance that the Chalkians, the Egyptians, and the Ethiopians, Nubians, are the only nations who have practiced circumcision from the earliest times. The Hittites dwelled in what is now eastern Turkey, adjacent to Aram and the Caucasus. This again focuses in on where the Caucasian race originated, the area just south of the Caucasus Mountains, the homeland of Abraham and the Israelites. This region was also known in early times as Iberia, or Hebrews' land, as seen on historical maps. Not only was this relatively small area the original homeland of both the biblical Hebrews and the Anglo-Saxons, but both were said to be settled there in the 7th century BC. The Jewish Encyclopedia says, Sargon, 722 to 705 BC, transported 27,000 inhabitants of Samaria to the Balik and the Khabar, and to the frontiers of Media, 2:208, cf. 2 Key. 17:6, the Balik Valley encompasses Abraham's home in Haran near the Khabar River. Sargon's grandson, Esarhaddon, 681 to 669 BC, exiled the remaining northern Israelites in the 7th century, ca. 676 BC, Isaiah 7 verse 8. Similarly, historian Sharon Turner says, the first appearance of the Scythian, i.e. Saka/Saxon, tribes in Europe may be placed, on the decisive authority of Herodotus, in the 7th century before the Christian era, Ibid page 31. The Israelites exiled to Haran between 721 and 676 BC seemingly disappeared after their arrival there and became known as the Lost 10 Tribes. As prolonged expatriates, they had lost their national identity coincident with a supposed new people, called Saxons, suddenly, and surprisingly, making their first appearance in history at the same time and place. Better preserved are the descriptions of the mid-5th century BC Herodotus, who in his portrayal of the Iranian expatriates living in Asia Minor uses the term magi in two different senses. In the first sense, Histories 1.101-12, Herodotus speaks of the Magi as one of the tribes/peoples, ethnos, of the Medes. In another sense, 1.132-13, Herodotus uses the term Magi to generically refer to a sacerdotal caste, but whose ethnic origin is never again so much as mentioned. According to Robert Charles Zahner, in other accounts, we hear of Magi not only in Persia, Parthia, Bactria, Chorasmia, Arya, Media, and among the Sakas, but also in non-Iranian lands like Arabia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. Their influence was also widespread throughout Asia Minor. It is, therefore, quite likely that the sacerdotal caste of the Magi was distinct from the Median tribe of the same name. The name Mega reminds us of the Magians, Magi or Maka, of the Persian inscriptions who lived in Media. Magi plural, or Mega singular, is the term for priests in Zoroastrianism and earlier Iranian religions. The earliest known use of the word Magi is in the trilingual inscription written by Darius the Great, known as the Behistun inscription. Old Persian texts, predating the Hellenistic period, refer to a magus as a Zervanic, and presumably Zoroastrian, priest. Pervasive throughout the eastern Mediterranean and West Asia until late antiquity and beyond, Magos was influenced by, and eventually displaced Greek gos, the older word for a practitioner of magic, with a meaning expanded to include astronomy, astrology, alchemy, and other forms of esoteric knowledge. This association was in turn the product of the Hellenistic fascination for Pseudo-Zoroaster, who was perceived by the Greeks to be the Chaldean founder of the Magi and inventor of both astrology and magic, a meaning that still survives in the modern-day words magic and magician. The ancient Sumerian name for Media was Mada. One of the 6 tribes of Mada was the Mages or Magu in Persian. The name Mage signified the great, the high. Herodotus claimed the Medes came from Athens, which would support a Mande origin. The classical writers said the Elamites were Kushites and the Kushites introduced EB3 to Eurasia. Louis Citi Al argued that the presence of Egyptian lineage, E3B1M78, is consistent with northbound migrations of this haplotype through the Levant reflected in M78 males as far north as Turkey. E3B1M78 refers to a Y chromosome haplogroup in human paternal genetics, now more commonly called EM78. This haplogroup is found across northern and eastern Africa, Western Asia, and Europe. It arose approximately 18,600 years ago after the spread of its parent group, E3B1, EM35, from the Horn of Africa. EM78 is further divided into subclades based on other genetic markers, including EV12, found mainly in southern Egypt. EV13, the most common subclade in Europe, originally from West Asia. EV22, prevalent in East Africa and Egypt. EV32, prevalent in East Africa, especially among the Somali and Oromo populations. The EM78 haplogroup and its subclades are common across a wide region spanning parts of Africa, Asia, and Europe. In Asia, the Kushites were called Kushia. The date 4.8 KY is very interesting. It is around this time that we find the rise of a number of Kushite tribes in the region, the Kassites, the Kaska, and the Hattion tribes in Anatolia. It was probably these Kushite tribes that introduced the second wave of EB3B1M78 lineages into Turkey. For example, the Elamites called themselves Kadam, and their capital Susa, Kusi. In addition, the Kassites, who occupied the central part of the Zagros Mountains, were called Kashu. The Kushana formerly occupied Chinese Turkestan, Xinjiang, and the Gansu province of China. The Kushites in Asia, as in Africa, were known for their skill as bowmen, the name of the people of Tasseti. The decipherer of the cuneiform writing of Mesopotamia, Rawlinson, said Puntites and Kushites were established in Asia. He found mention of Kushia and Puntia in the inscriptions of Darius. He also made it clear that the name Kush was also applied to southern Persia, India, Elam, Arabia, and Caucasus, a part of southern Russia and Turkestan in ancient times. The Armenians made it clear that the ancients called Persia, Media, Elam, Arya, and the entire area between the Tigris and Indus rivers Kush. Bardesomes, writing in his book of the Laws of Countries in the 2nd century, said that the Bactrians, who we called Kushani or Kushans. The Armenians called the earlier Parthian Kushan and acknowledged their connection with them. Homer, Herodotus, and the Roman scholar Strabo called southern Persia Ethiopia. The Greeks and Romans called the country east of Kerma, Kusan. The relationship between carbon organic Africa and carbon organic Asia via the Levant region has a history of over 5,000 years, and in the time of Narmer is when Asiatic influence was most dominant amongst the ancient Ethiopian civilizations. This knowledge will provide a better understanding in 2023 of the Hyksos, who have erroneously been accredited as hybrid albino Asians by many and are most famously known as Hyksos invaders, yet this is incorrect. Study of human remains found in Hyksos capital Avaris suggests that century of their rule over Nile Delta was not the result of conquest, but rise to power of longtime immigrants from the Levant. New research is shedding some light on an ancient mystery: the origins of the Hyksos, an enigmatic nomadic people from the Levant that purportedly invaded Egypt more than 3,600 years ago and ruled the north of the Nile Valley for more than a century. A scientific study of human remains from the Hyksos capital has now confirmed something that archaeologists have suspected for a while. These feared aggressors were in fact not a unified people that hailed from a single homeland somewhere in the Levant, nor were they a horde of barbaric invaders, as some ancient historians claimed. The Hyksos were more likely a new elite that emerged locally from a melting pot of immigrants who had moved to the Nile Delta centuries earlier from different parts of the carbon organic Asiatic continent. It was the descendants of these immigrants who, during a time of unrest known as the Second Intermediary Period, rose to rule over northern Egypt, conclude the study. Further compounding this fascination is the fact that some scholars, going back at least to the Jewish Roman historian Josephus, have suggested a link between the Hyksos and the ancient Israelites. These theories have mostly been based on the supposed common origins of the two peoples in Canaan and on parallels between the accounts of the rise to power and subsequent expulsion of the Hyksos and the biblical stories in Genesis and Exodus about the Israelites moving to Egypt and finding initial prosperity there, only to be enslaved and forced to flee. Recently, though, excavations in the Nile Delta have led archaeologists to doubt that the Hyksos were invaders, as digs led by Austrian archaeologist Manfred Biatak at Tel El Dabeh, the ancient northern Egyptian city of Avaris about 100 kilometers from Cairo that served as the Hyksos capital, have not turned up any signs of destruction that could have been connected to the rise of these rulers, who controlled the region from around 1638 BCE to 1530 BCE. What archaeologists found instead was that already centuries earlier, from the turn of the 2nd millennium BCE, strong Levantine influences become apparent in northern Egypt. Shemitic names, burial customs, architecture, weapons, and other artifacts attest to a large presence of Levantine people in the region already in the heyday of the Middle Kingdom, long before the infighting and division that characterized the Second Intermediary Period. The most visible and famous example of this phenomenon is the nearly 4,000-year-old mural found in the tomb of an Egyptian official, Khnumhotep II, which depicts a procession of Levantine nomads bringing offerings to the dead. Thus far within the past two webisodes of the Egyptian and Phoenician Hebrews founded Western Civilization, we have covered the origin of the Kushites, their migration into the Indus River Valley, and the subsequent miscegenation, which hybrid albino tribes coming in from the north once again producing an admixture of varying genetics in the region, which began migrating back towards Africa via the Hindu Kush, Babylon, Arabia, and the Levant under the title Brahmins. Before we move on with further examination of Abraham, let us take a look at the sacred records of the Mahabharata and Ramayana to determine whether they are myths or historical realities, as this will further clarify the carbon organic tribes, families, and clans of the region and their connection to the Naga we have covered earlier. If we do a serious study of Bhagavad Puran and other related literature, one can make a reasonable guess of time of events. In Bhagavad, many events described are linked with position of planets. on studying astronomy, gynecology, inscriptions, archaeological finds, and continued traditions coupled with satellite imagery and carbon dating, one can surmise dates of events mentioned with confidence. The drying of Sarasvati River has already been confirmed by satellite imagery and local excavations. Submerged Dvarka found in Gujarat has been dated 1500 BC. Historian B. B. Lal has given 5700 BC 1400 BC as time period for Lord Krishna. He also asserted that texts available were not writing of contemporary events. Professor Achar of Memphis University, after studying planetary positions as mentioned in Bhagavad, mentions date of 3067 BC for Mahabharata war. Pliny and Aryan, Greek historians, even identified 154 kings from Lord Rama to Chandragupta, 321 BC. The Maurya Empire was a geographically extensive Iron Age historical power in South Asia with its power base in Magadha. According to Buddhist tradition, the Maurya tribe were the ancestors of the Maurya dynasty who, under the leadership of Chandragupta Maurya in the 4th century BCE, seized power in Magadha. Maurya was an ancient Indo-Aryan tribe of northeastern South Asia whose existence is attested during the Iron Age. The Mauryas were organized into a Gasaga, an aristocratic oligarchic republic, presently referred to as the Maurya Republic. The Buddhist texts state that Chandragupta belonged to the Maurya clan of the Sakyas, the tribe to which Gautama Buddha belonged. As we mentioned previously, the Saka tribes are the progenitors of the Saxons of Europe. This is further confirmed by these facts, which we will explore within our series The Moors of Europe. The Sakyas lived in what scholars presently call the Greater Magadha Cultural Area, which was located in the eastern Gangetic Plain to the east of the confluence of the Gag and Yamuna rivers. Like the other eastern groups of the Greater Magadha region, the Sakyas were of mixed origin from mixed caste marriages. While non-Indo-Aryan indigenous clans were given the status of Suttas, that is, of slaves or servants, indigenous clans who collaborated with the Indo-Aryan clans were the status of Khatiyas. The Sakyas worshipped the sun god, whom they considered their ancestor. The Sakya Katiya clan claimed descent from the sun god via his descendant, named Okaka and Ikfku, and whose 8 twin sons and daughters who were married to each other had founded the capital city of the Sakyas and were the tribe's ancestors. The myth of the Sakyas' ancestors being 4 pairs of married twin siblings was a myth which traced the origins of the ruling Sakya families to a common ancestor, and was also a myth of an early human utopia where humans were born as couples, much like the Ogdoad of ancient Egypt. The important role of the sal tree in the life of the Buddha according to the Buddhist texts, as well as his representation as a Bodhi tree and his enlightenment occurring under one such tree, suggest that the Sakyas practiced tree worship, a custom likely derived from Munda religious customs of worshipping sacred groves, much like the Europeans' Hebrews. The worship of Yakas and Yakis, which was of pre-Indo-Aryan autochthonous origin, was prevalent in the Greater Magadha region. The Naga king Mukulenda, who in Buddhist mythology protected the Buddha during a storm under a Mukulenda tree, was a both snake and a tree deity, thus alluding to the practice of serpent worship among the Sakyas, which originated from among the pre-Indo-Aryan Tibeto-Burman populations of northern South Asia. Additional evidence that can help establish the time of Lord Krishna was in Mohenjo-daro, where a tablet dated to 2600 BCE was found which depicts Lord Krishna in his childhood days. This shows that Lord Krishna was popular at least prior to this date. We also have records from Greek travelers who came to India following Alexander's invasion which have left references to Krishna. Authors like Pliny referred to Krishna as Heracles, based on Hari Krishna. They record that Heracles, Krishna, was held in special honor by the Surasini tribe. The name Krishna originates from the Sanskrit word ka, which means black, dark, or dark blue. Shurasena was a ruler of Mathura or Sursena Mahajampada. He was married to a Naga community woman named Marisha. He is stated to be the king after whom the Surasena kingdom was named and founded. The ancient Greek writers, e.g., Megasthenes, refer to the Surasanwa and its cities, Methora and Chrysobra/Chlysabora. The Surasena state was located on the Yamuna River, and its capital was the city of Mathura. Vasudeva, also called Anakadundabi, is the father of the Hindu deities Krishna, Balrama, and Subhadra. Vasudeva was born to the king Shurasena in the Surasena kingdom of Kandalwancha. The Surasenas claimed their descent from the Yadus mentioned in the Rigveda. Yadu is the founder of the Yadu dynasty in Hinduism. He is described to be the eldest son of King Yayati and his queen, Devyani. He married 5 daughters of Naga king. According to a modern historian, Ramala Thapar, the kinship system of the Yadavas shows traces of matrilineal structure. The Yadu clan is a royal lineage in ancient Indian texts like the Mahabharata and the Puranas, which is significant because it is the family into which the god Krishna was born. The term can also refer to of the Yadus, signifying a belonging to this clan, or to the Yadavs. At the core of the Yadav community lies a specific folk theory of descent, according to which all Indian pastoral castes are said to descend from the Yadu dynasty, hence the label Yadav, to which Krishna, a cowherder, and supposedly a Kshatriya, belonged. The clan is associated with various heroic and noble figures, and its history is intertwined with major events in texts like the Puranas. Krishna is a central figure in this lineage, often referred to as Lord of the Yadus or Yadunandan, and his birth and actions are key to the clan's story. Megasthenes, a Greek ethnographer and an ambassador of Seleucus to the court of Chandragupta Maurya towards the end of 4th century BCE, made reference to Heracles in his famous work Indica. This text is now lost to history, but was quoted in secondary literature by later Greeks such as Aryan, Diodorus, and Strabo. According to these texts, Megasthenes mentioned that the Surasanwa tribe of India, who worshipped Heracles, had 2 major cities named Methora and Clysabora, and a navigable river named the Jobars. According to Edwin Bryant, a professor of Indian religions known for his publications on Krishna, there is little doubt that the Surasanwa refers to the Shurasenas, a branch of the Yadu dynasty to which Krishna belonged. The word Heracles, states Bryant, is likely a Greek phonetic equivalent of Hare Krishna, as is Methora of Mathura, Clysabora of Krishnapura, and the Jobars of Jamuna. Later, when Alexander the Great launched his campaign in the northwest Indian subcontinent, his associates recalled that the soldiers of Porus were carrying an image of Heracles. The story of Noah's Ark and the Great Flood is one of the most famous anecdotes from the Bible. Marine archaeologist Robert Ballard, one of the world's best-known underwater archaeologists, and his team is probing the depths of the Black Sea off the coast of Turkey in search of traces of an ancient civilization hidden underwater since the time of Noah. He said some 12,000 years ago, much of the world was covered in ice. Then it started to melt. The water from the melting glaciers began to rush toward the world's oceans, Ballard said, causing floods all around the world. Ballard said he believes they have established a timeline for that catastrophic event, which he estimates happened around 5000 BC. This is around the time when the biblical story of Noah's flood also coincides with the Mahabharata texts of sinking Dvarka. It is believed that the story of this traumatic event, which affected the whole world, seared into the collective memory of the survivors, was passed down from generation to generation and eventually inspired the biblical account of Noah's flood as well to be used as a keepsake of the message of Abrahamic faith's version of God. In the second half of the last century, archaeologists made attempts to find physical evidence of the sunken city off the coast of the modern-day Dvarka so they can prove its existence beyond doubt. The search for its submerged part began in the 1930s, and the first archaeological excavation took place in 1963. During 1983 to 1992, underwater archaeological explorations have been carried out almost every year in Dvarka, Bet Dvarka, and Somnath waters. The successive underwater investigations off Dvarka and about 4 to 12 m water depth have revealed the presence of a number of submerged stone building blocks such as remains of wall, pillar and bastion, and also stone anchors of various types were noticed in various places. Until recently, Dvarka history was only a matter of folklore. With the passage of time, scientific and archaeological evidence is proving the truthfulness of ancient Hindu texts. All the characters and stories are actually the proven facts of human civilizational history. Dvarka, as settled by Lord Krishna, was part of this civilization and all its knowledge shared therein. When the Sarasvati River started drying up, the whole elite Saraswat civilization migrated to fertile lands, some to Ganges, some to southwest of India from Goa to Kerala. Some went up to Mesopotamia and Sumeria. There are arguments stating that the so-called Indus civilization should actually be called Sarasvati and later Indus civilization, as the land between these two rivers was where the civilization thrived in its heydays. Sarasvati was called Ambatame, Nadatame, Devitame, the best of mothers, best of rivers, and best of goddesses. Some researchers and proponents of the pre-flood civilization theory argue that certain artifacts and the general timeline suggest a much older age, with some carbon dating results pointing to dates as old as 7,500 BCE or even 9,000 BCE. Also, proponents of the pre-flood or Vedic age theory suggest that the civilization of Krishna's Dwarka predates the Indus Valley civilization and was potentially even more advanced. Some suggest the Indus Valley people may have been descendants or survivors of this earlier, flood-destroyed civilization. Plato reports Atlantis sat off the coast of northwestern Africa, sank 12,000 years ago, and was inhabited by an advanced civilization. Since Plato's time, scholars and non-scholars alike have claimed to have deciphered the location and dates of the lost continent. The leading hypothesis, first proposed by Finnish scientist Claes Ruth in 1982 and later expanded by American climatologist Wallace Broecker and others, postulated that large amounts of fresh water were discharged into the North Atlantic about 12,800 years ago. The hypothesis proposes that the airburst or impact of a comet 12,850 years ago caused the ensuing 1,200-year-long Younger Dryas cool period and contributed to the extinction of the Pleistocene megafauna in the Western Hemisphere and the disappearance of the Clovis Paleo-Indian culture. Before the Ice Age period that occurred after the Earth changed on its axis, the civilizations at the time were very highly advanced culturally and in technological achievement. However, most of it was based by consciousness directly manipulating what our scientific research discovered as the Higgs field. As a result of this, a terrible war broke out between two factions, one that wanted to abuse the power to force all into blind obedience, and one that wanted to maintain free will. The two factions were the Kuruvas, otherwise known as Atlanteans, the other were the Pandavas, otherwise known as the Lemuroans. The war was a total war of mutually assured destruction. However, the event that caused the geological displacement, flood, and ice age afterward was not due to the war. It was caused by a highly magnetized object moving too close to our planet. The center of the Pandava civilization was Dwarka, which is currently off the northeastern coast of India. The center of the Kuruva civilization was located in South America near the ruins of Tiwanaku. The Kuruvas became the Egyptian civilization, the Pandavas became the Indus Valley civilization, while blending of the two created the Mesopotamian civilization. The Pangaea theory is that the 5 continents were together in the beginning of creation of the land. According to Genesis 10 verse 25 and 1 Chronicles 1 verse 19, it was during the time of Peleg that the earth was divided. Traditionally, this is often assumed to be just before, during, or after the failure of Nimrod's Tower of Babel. Continents drifted apart to the present position in time. This is given in millions of years by the scientists and may not be valid in this case. The statement Earth was divided is usually interpreted as division within different tribes by the Bible scholars. If before the time of Peleg, it will explain the migrations easily. The Indian archaeologist, Professor B. Lal, was the Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, ASI, from 1968 to 1972, and was awarded the Padma Bhushan by the President of India in 2000, contends that the Dravidians came from southern Egypt and Sudan, Nubia. This would explain their dark complexion. Lal writes, at Timos the Indian team dug up several megalithic sites of ancient Nubians which bear an uncanny resemblance to the cemeteries of early Dravidians which are found all over western India from Kathiawar to Cape Comorin. The intriguing similarity extends from the subterranean structure found near them. Even earthenware ringstands used by the Dravidians and Nubians to hold pots were identical. The Nubian megaliths of which Lal speaks date from around 1000 BC. The German archaeologists Friedrichs and Müller identified some of the skulls of Mohenjo-Daro as Hamitic. The term Nilotic would probably be more accurate. Paleontologists B.K. Chatterjee and G.D. Kumar reported in Comparative Study and Racial Analysis of the Skeletal Remains of the Indus Valley Civilization that the 18 Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa skulls that they examined are similar to skulls from Nubia during the 3rd to 2nd millennium BC. The Sudra were Nilotic peoples who migrated north and east and inhabited Pakistan, southern India, and Sri Lanka. The Sudra kingdom, mentioned in the epic of Mahabharata, was one of the ancient Sarasvati Valley kingdoms. Herodotus referred to the Sudra/Dravidians as the Eastern Ethiopians and described them thus: the Eastern Ethiopians differed in nothing from the other Ethiopians, save in their language and the character of their hair. For the Eastern Ethiopians have straight hair, while they of Libya are more woolly-haired. They buried their dead in wooden coffins with the heads toward the north, symbol of God's throne and the place of judgment, and the feet toward the south, the symbol of fertility and rebirth. This parallels the burial practices at ancient Hierakonpolis, where archaeologists have discovered a 3000 BC life-sized statue of a Horite priest, a 2300 BC golden hawk head of Horus, and a ruler's grave with a triple interment of a bull, cow, and calf. It is not certain that all Dravidians venerated Horus and his father, Osiris, as divine. The Vedas speak of falcon-shaped fire altars. These are associated with Horus, whose totem is the falcon. Vedic tradition teaches that he who desires heaven is to construct a fire altar in the form of a falcon. The oldest Dravidian traditions speak of ancient prehistoric kingdoms in southern India, extending further south into land that is now under the seas. The Sudra didn't establish cities in the north, but their priests traveled as far as Nepal, where they are called Harwa, the ancient Egyptian word for priest. These ruler priests are largely responsible for the diffusion of the Afroasiatic religious life that took root around the large water systems from West Central Africa to the Indus River Valley. There is general agreement among ethnologists that the Dravidian population is a branch of the Mediterranean race, or at least a closely allied one. While the Mediterranean race is Hamitic as discussed previously, the Dravidians are much darker, ranging from the dark Greek and Italian complexion to black. There is also a wide range of difference in the shape of the skull, the color and texture of the hair, the color of the eyes, and the shape of the nose. These deviations can be explained with a probable interbreeding between the Dravidians and Mundas, as it is still taking place in the Chotanagpur region between the Dravidian Oraons and the neighboring Mundas. The Dravidians entered India before the Aryans, before 2000 BC, after passing through Mesopotamia, Iran, and Baluchistan, where the Brahwis, a Dravidian race, still live. According to Joseph Elfenbein, 1989, the most common theory is that the Brahwi were part of a Dravidian migration into northwestern parts of the Indian subcontinent in the 3rd millennium BC. But unlike other Dravidians who migrated to the south, they remained in Sarawak and Jalawan since before 2000 BC. On grounds of cultural affinities such as inheritance through women, snake cults, organization of society, and structure of temples, some historians connect the Dravidians with the Elamites and Mesopotamians. The evidence of Indian skulls from the Indus Valley indicates that the Mediterranean stock became established in North India before the Harappa civilization came into existence around 2000 BC. Analysis of the Dravidian myth of Kovalan and Kanaki celebrated in the ancient Tamil Shilapatikaram with the ancient Egyptian myth of Osiris and Isis confirms the Egyptian origin of the ancient Dravidians. These two myths are very similar in content and help explain each other and argue for a common ethnic origin. The long ships used by the Egyptians in the 3rd millennium BC could have easily carried the Dravidians to the banks of the Indus River and/or all the way to South India. The sea route, however, does not exclude the genetic, archaeological, and customary practices evidence of the early Dravidians taking a land route from the Phoenician shores through Iran and Baluchistan to India. The Dravidian kinship system still continues with its preference for cross-cousin marriage. Exogamous marriage outside of their clans are found only in Brahmanic traditions. For a male, all females are classified as sister, or parallel cousin, unmarriageable, or as female cross-cousin, marriageable. The preferred marriage for a male is generally to his mother's brother's daughter, while in some groups his father's sister's daughter and his own elder sister's daughter are also quite acceptable, as are more distant cognates classifiable as female cross-cousins. Marrying a stepsister is common both in Nubian culture and Dravidian culture. The general negative outlook and eschewal of inbreeding that is prevalent in the Western world today has roots from over 2,000 years ago. Specifically, written documents such as the Bible illustrate that there have been laws and social customs that have called for the abstention from inbreeding. Along with cultural taboos, parental education and awareness of inbreeding consequences have played large roles in minimizing inbreeding frequencies in areas like Europe. This is because Abraham or the Brahmins were responsible for the hybrid albinos within their populations. The texts that formed the Bible, especially Leviticus, had instructions for the priesthood in regard to the laws of leprosy for the hybrid albino children of the Dravidian Hamathites. The disease known as leprosy or Hansen's disease, which is really Ham's son's disease, who was Noah's fourth son Canaan according to the texts called the Bible, is referred to as the curse of Ham, yet it was Canaan whom received the curse within his genealogy, producing lepers. The God of the Bible, according to the text, forbade his sons to take wives from a specific house among the Canaanites. We have a whole webisode dedicated to clarifying this narrative of the Canaanites within this series. Abraham is the father of Jacob, whom some relate with the Yaqub narrative. Let us look at the science in regard to the Dravidians and the formation of one branch of the hybrid albinos. The continuity of inbreeding is often either by choice or unavoidably due to the limitations of the geographical area. When by choice, the rate of consanguinity is highly dependent on religion and culture. We have shown that in many Nubian cultures the ability to intermarry genetically has continued for thousands of years without genetic recession, yet it is forbidden in hybrid albino Western society due to their inherent recessive genes. Inbreeding is the production of offspring from the mating or breeding of individuals or organisms that are closely related genetically. By analogy, the term is used in human reproduction, but more commonly refers to the genetic disorders and other consequences that may arise from expression of deleterious recessive traits resulting from incestuous sexual relationships and consanguinity. The term deleterious means 1. Formal, harmful, often in a subtle or unexpected way. Synonyms: destructive, harmful, hurtful, injurious, noxious, pernicious. Therefore, it is classified as inbreeding when it affects the individual negatively. Inbreeding results in homozygosity, which can increase the chances of offspring being affected by recessive traits. Please watch our webisode within our Science of Creation series called Melanin, the universal gift to the gods, as melanin is the determining factor. In extreme cases, this usually leads to at least temporarily decreased biological fitness of a population, which is its ability to survive and reproduce. This is the number one issue facing the hybrid albinos across all their groups and their albino-dominant admixtures worldwide, to the point where they are literally dying out as a race. This they hide behind the Great Replacement theory instead of being truthful with their populations. An individual who inherits such deleterious traits is colloquially referred to as inbred. Autosomal recessive disorders occur in individuals who have two copies of an allele for a particular recessive genetic mutation. Both parents of an individual with such a disorder will be carriers of the gene. These carriers do not display any signs of the mutation and may be unaware that they carry the mutated gene. In the Bible records, these are referred to as clean lepers, much like the hybrid albino Europeans are today, hence why they do not see themselves as genetically recessive. Yet these deleterious recessive alleles are seriously affecting their reproductive capabilities and their states of mind globally, especially as we enter the new sun cycle. Since relatives share a higher proportion of their genes than do unrelated people, it is more likely that related parents will both be carriers of the same recessive allele, and therefore their children are at a higher risk of inheriting an autosomal recessive genetic disorder. Inbreeding may result in a greater than expected phenotypic expression of deleterious recessive alleles within a population. As a result, first-generation inbred individuals are more likely to show physical and health defects, including lower intelligence quotient levels and higher incidence rates of being affected by an intellectual disability, reduced fertility both in litter size and sperm viability, increased genetic disorders, fluctuating facial asymmetry, lower birth rate, loss of immune system function, increased cardiovascular risks. Later generations are those whom became classified as clean lepers by the Levitical priest-physician, yet even though classified as clean lepers, which is the current state of the hybrid albinos, they cannot escape the Son of Righteousness found in the Bible's book of Malachi 4 verse 2. This is why Bill Gates and others are pushing the agenda of blocking the sun, as they are quite aware that the hybrid albinos' malevolent rule is over. Malignant melanoma, often simply called melanoma, is a serious type of skin cancer that develops from pigment-producing cells called melanocytes. It is the most dangerous form of skin cancer because of its higher likelihood of spreading to other parts of the body, metastasis, if not detected and treated early. The primary sign of melanoma is a new mole or a change in the appearance of an existing mole or pigmented area. The main cause of melanoma is DNA damage to skin cells from exposure to ultraviolet (UV) light from the sun or tanning beds. While anyone can get melanoma, certain factors increase the risk: having pale skin that burns easily, or red/blonde hair and light-colored eyes. A history of frequent or severe, blistering, sunburns, particularly in childhood. Having a large number of moles, or atypical/dysplastic moles, a personal or family history of melanoma or a weakened immune system. The incidence of malignant melanoma has been rising significantly in Western countries and fair-skinned populations globally over the last several decades. This trend is falsely attributed to various factors including lifestyle changes, increased UV exposure, and demographic shifts. What they won't tell the populations is that the hybrid albinos are genetically recessive and are unable to survive and thrive in hot climates. The so-called golden age the hybrid albinos are awaiting is actually a sun cycle where the sun becomes closer to the planet on our elliptical orbit. Melanoma incidence rates have increased dramatically. For example, rates in the UK have risen by around 147% since the early 1990s. In the US, incidence grew over 320% between 1975 and 2018. Highest rates in Oceania, Europe, and North America, and the highest age-standardized incidence rates globally are found in Australia and New Zealand, followed by Western and Northern Europe, and North America. The rise is most pronounced among fair-skinned populations of European descent, who are more susceptible to UV damage due to lower melanin production. Other diseases that predominantly affect people of hybrid albino European descent or have a high prevalence in Europe generally fall into two categories: genetic disorders common among specific European populations, and prevalent chronic or infectious diseases within the general European population. Certain genetic variants that may have once provided a survival advantage are now linked to higher risks of specific diseases in European populations. Cystic fibrosis, CF. This is an autosomal recessive illness and, despite being a rare disease overall, it is the most common genetic disorder among people of European descent. Multiple sclerosis, MS. Northern Europe has the highest prevalence of MS in the world. Gaucher disease, while occurring across many ethnic groups, it is the most common genetic disorder specifically among Ashkenazi Jews, those of Eastern European descent. Bipolar disorder/Alzheimer's/type 2 diabetes. Genetic analysis suggests Southern Europeans are predisposed to bipolar disorder, while Eastern Europeans have an increased genetic risk for developing Alzheimer's and type 2 diabetes. Ashkenazi Jews have a higher prevalence of several autosomal recessive genetic disorders, including Tay-Sachs disease, Canavan disease, Gaucher disease, Niemann-Pick disease, and Bloom syndrome. They also have an increased risk for certain other conditions, such as Fanconi anemia, type C, cystic fibrosis, and familial dysautonomia. Additionally, certain mutations associated with a higher risk for breast, ovarian, and prostate cancer and Crohn's disease are more common in this population. The prevalence of specific diseases with a strong genetic component varies across Europe due to ancient migration patterns and historical population bottlenecks. Key diseases linked to DNA and their prevalence in specific European regions include multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, and type 2 diabetes, mood disorders, including bipolar disorder, anxiety, and depression, cystic fibrosis. This is the most common serious single-gene disorder in people of Northern European descent, with a carrier frequency of approximately 1 in 25 people. Celiac disease and ulcerative colitis, Dupuytren's contracture, nicknamed Viking disease. Some associated gene variants are of Neanderthal origin. Finnish heritage diseases, due to relative genetic isolation and historical population bottlenecks. Finland has a unique spectrum of approximately 50 rare genetic diseases that are more common there than elsewhere in the world. What is extremely interesting is that during our research of the inherent genetic diseases that are prevalent in various groups, carbon organic Africans only had sickle cell disease, which is common across the continent and in people of African descent. Sickle cell disease is a group of inherited blood disorders caused by a single gene mutation. The condition is passed down in an autosomal recessive pattern, meaning an individual must inherit a copy of the faulty gene from both parents to have the disease. Sickle cell disease is the most common inherited blood disorder in the U.S. and affects millions worldwide, predominantly within people of carbon-organic descent, but also within the populations of carbon-organic admixture, as we have covered throughout our various series, including the Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, and South Asians. Diseases that are more prevalent in people of African ancestry often result from a complex interaction of genetic, environmental, and social factors. Specific genetic variants may confer an evolutionary advantage against certain environmental pressures, like malaria, but can also increase the risk for other conditions in modern environments. Africa is the most genetically diverse region in the world, meaning there is no single African DNA profile. Disease prevalence and genetic risks can vary significantly between different ethnic groups within Africa and across the diaspora. The prevalence and severity of these diseases are heavily influenced by environmental and social factors, e.g., diet, access to healthcare, socioeconomic status, lifestyle, which interact with genetic predispositions. Historically, African populations have been underrepresented in genetic research, making it difficult to fully understand the genetic basis of disease in these populations and potentially leading to less effective diagnostic and treatment strategies developed primarily from studies of European populations. Cross-cousin marriage between carbon-organic populations is possible only if the genes remain pure and free from external admixture. Due to this admixtured contribution that was collated during the various migrations by carbon-organic tribes, families, and clans into the Indus Valley, Mesopotamia, and wider Asia, Anatolia, and the Peloponnesus, there was admixture with Denisovan, Neanderthal, and what is referred to as a ghost population. A ghost population is a population that has been inferred through using statistical techniques. In 2012, DNA analysis and statistical techniques were used to infer that a now extinct human population in northern Eurasia had interbred with both the ancestors of Europeans and a Siberian group that later migrated to the Americas. The group was referred to as a ghost population because they were identified by the echoes that they leave in genomes, not by bones or ancient DNA. We will cover this ghost population in depth within our Ancient Babylon webisode. Given the potential health risks due to this admixture within these genealogies, our carbon-organic civilizations and cultures' priesthoods would carry out premarital genetic counseling and screening for couples considering a consanguineous marriage. This allows couples to assess their individual and combined family histories for inherited diseases and undergo carrier testing for various genetic conditions. This was referred to as solar biology, carried out by the priesthood physicians. That is why throughout our series The Fallacy of Greece and Rome, the Pelasgians whom remained on the Peloponnese mainland mixed only amongst one another until the reign of Alexander the Macedonian. This is also why many African tribes' facial features are literally like brothers and sisters, yet none or very few carry any recessive traits or abnormalities, unlike the hybrid albinos and their admixtured tribes of varying genetic potency. Inbreeding can result in purging of deleterious alleles from a population through purifying selection. This is why carbon-organic tribes, families, and clans are encouraged to procreate amongst their own, and why the God of the carbon-organic Hebrews made it a commandment to the carbon-organic tribes, families, and clans, children of Abraham, not to mix their seed with the hybrid albinos. The Yaqub project still continues until the great work is complete. The great work, Latin, magnum opus, is a term used in Hermeticism and occult traditions descended from it, such as Thelema. Accomplishing the great work, symbolized as the creation of the philosopher's stone, represents the culmination of the spiritual path, the attainment of enlightenment, or the rescue of the human soul from the unconscious forces which bind it. Refer to our webisode within the Science of Creation series called 9 Ether Fact. The project by the hybrid albinos in order to survive the incoming sun cycle is to create a hybrid race referred to as neutronoids. These are literally, racially ambiguous humans, with a hybrid albino mentality within darker skin, so they can continue to exist within the sun cycle, hence the constant race mixing TV advertisements and posters. They know that by miscegenation with carbon-organic populations it will also reduce the amount of genetic diseases they currently carry within their genealogy. Genetic diseases in individuals with mixed-race ancestry are a result of complex genetic interactions, and the outcomes can vary. Many genetic diseases are recessive, meaning a person must inherit a disease-causing gene variant from both parents to develop the condition. When parents come from two very different ancestral backgrounds, the likelihood of both carrying the same rare, non-functioning gene variant can decrease, potentially lowering the child's risk for that specific disorder. Examples are a child of a parent with Northern European ancestry and a parent with African ancestry is less likely to inherit two copies of the cystic fibrosis gene variant than a child with two Northern European parents. As hybrid albinos carry a multitude of genetic disorders, race mixing or miscegenation is only really beneficial to the hybrid albinos and destructive or deleterious to carbon organic tribes, families, and clans' bloodlines. Island species are often very inbred, as their isolation from the larger group on a mainland allows natural selection to work on their population. This type of isolation may result in the formation of race or even speciation, as the inbreeding first removes many deleterious genes, and permits the expression of genes that allow a population to adapt to an ecosystem. As the adaptation becomes more pronounced, the new species or race radiates from its entrance into the new space, or as in the case of the Akub narrative, dies out if it cannot adapt and, most importantly, reproduce. A total fertility rate, TFR, of approximately 2.1 children per woman is the required factor for a population to naturally replace itself and ensure a prolonged, stable birth rate in the long term, assuming no net migration. This is known as the replacement level fertility. The average total fertility rate in the European Union (EU) was 1.38 live births per woman in 2023. This figure is significantly below the replacement level of 2.1 children per woman needed to maintain a stable population size without migration. Genetics can significantly affect birth rate, influencing both an individual's natural capacity to reproduce, fecundity, and broader demographic trends. This influence occurs through several biological and complex gene-environment interaction pathways. While definitive recent data across all continents is difficult to consolidate due to variations in reporting, Europe and Asia appear to have the highest concentration and total volume of fertility clinics and related activity, respectively. Europe is a leading destination for fertility treatment, known for its expertise, advanced facilities, and a high number of clinics across various countries such as Spain, the Czech Republic, and Denmark. Many European nations have supportive policies or public funding for a set number of IVF cycles, contributing to the high number of available clinics and high per capita utilization in certain countries. Asia accounts for the highest total volume of IVF cycles performed globally. China alone performed over 1 million cycles in 2018, indicating a substantial number of clinics and high activity. North America, specifically the United States, has a large total volume of cycles but lags behind leaders in per capita utilization, suggesting a high number of clinics but a larger unmet need compared to some European countries. Africa has the highest overall fertility rate but accounts for only a small percentage, around 1%, of global assisted reproductive technology, ART, activity, with clinics geographically clustered in specific countries like Nigeria and South Africa. The region with the highest fertility rate in the world is Sub-Saharan Africa, where most countries have a TFR between 3 and 7 births per woman. As of 2021, this region accounted for 30% of all global births. Now, returning back to the similarities between Dravidian and Nubian tribes and their cross-cousin marriages, we see that it works for those carbon organic tribes who have not diffused their bloodlines. Yet admixtured tribes with recessive genes from the hybrid albino have difficulties to the point that reproduction is affected. An example is the Susu or Susu people, whom are a Mande-speaking ethnic group living primarily in Guinea and northwestern Sierra Leone. The Susu are a patrilineal society who favor endogamous cross-cousin marriages with polygynous households. The Susu people are also referred to as Susu, Saso, Soso, Saso, Soso, Soso, Suso, Susu, or Susu. Most of those denominations are European, as the Susu people tend to call themselves Sisoka. The meaning of the name Soso or Susu apparently derived from Susui, meaning horse or horseman in the Susu language. The terms Sausas, Sausas, and Sushas are all English corruptions of Susu. Rarer variants of their name are also encountered, such as Suzo, Caxi, Saxi, Sax, and even as Sexy. The ancients understood the principle of bloodline inheritance, which plays a key role in removing these adverse forces that exist in all races from their unlawful positions of power. Of the practicing regions, Middle Eastern and Northern African nations show the greatest frequencies of consanguinity. Consanguinity, from Latin consanguinitas, blood relationship, is the characteristic of having a kinship with a relative who is descended from a common ancestor. The degree of relationships are also used to determine heirs of an estate according to statutes that govern intestate succession, which also vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Consanguinity is also relevant to inheritance, particularly with regard to intestate succession. In general, laws tend to favor inheritance by persons closely related to the deceased. Pay attention, under Roman civil law, which the early canon law of the Catholic Church followed, couples were forbidden to marry if they were within 4 degrees of consanguinity. Around the 9th century, the Church raised the number of prohibited degrees to 7 and changed the method by which they were calculated. Instead of the former Roman practice of counting each generational link up to the common ancestor and then down again to the proposed spouse, the new method computed consanguinity only by counting back the number of generations to the common ancestor. Intermarriage was now prohibited to anyone more closely related than 7th cousins, which meant that in particular the nobility struggled to find partners to marry, the pool of non-related prospective spouses having become substantially smaller. This was done purposely to try and wipe out the consanguineous carbon organic bloodlines, as they are the inheritors of the divine and the stewards of Great Mother Earth and her children. They had to either defy the Church's position or look elsewhere for eligible marriage candidates. In the Roman Catholic Church, unknowingly marrying a closely consanguineous blood relative was grounds for a declaration of nullity. Those carbon organic tribes, families, and clans whom eventually succumbed to the hybrid albino version of Christianity began to lose their customs and therefore their wealth and power. An example is among the Christian Habesha Highlanders of Ethiopia and Eritrea, the predominantly Orthodox Christian Amhara and Tigray Tigrinya, where it is a tradition to be able to recount one's paternal ancestors at least 7 generations away starting from early childhood, because those with a common patrilineal ancestor less than 7 generations away are considered brother and sister and may not marry. The rule is less strict on the mother's side, where the limit is about 4 generations back, but still determined patrilineally. This rule does not apply to Muslims or other ethnic groups. The Quran at 4:22-24 states, "Forbidden to you in marriage are your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your father's sisters, your mother's sisters, your brother's daughters, your sister's daughters." Therefore, the list of forbidden marriage partners, as read in the Quran, Surah 4:23, does not include first cousins. Muhammad himself married his first cousin Zainab bint Yash. This is because the original carbon organic Arabs, which we will be covering within our next webisode, were and are the same Kushite, Nilotic people, with the same practices and customs. This is not the same for the admixtured tribes whom claim to be Arabs today but are really Quadroon and Octoroon mulattoes. In the Arab world, the practice of marrying relatives is common. According to the Center for Arabic Genomic Research, between 40% and 54% of UAE nationals' marriages are between family members, up from 39% in the previous generation. Between 21% and 28% of marriages of UAE nationals were between first cousins. In Egypt, around 40% of the population marry a cousin. A 1992 survey in Jordan found that 32% were married to a first cousin, a further 17.3% were married to more distant relatives. 67% of marriages in Saudi Arabia are between close relatives, as are 54% of all marriages in Kuwait, whereas 18% of all Lebanese were between blood relatives. The incidence of consanguinity was 54.3% among Kuwaiti natives. It has been estimated that 55% of marriages between Pakistani Muslim immigrants in the United Kingdom are between first cousins, where preferential patrilateral parallel cousin marriage, i.e. a man marrying the daughter of his father's brother, is favored. Among these populations with high levels of inbreeding, due to the recessive gene admixture with the hybrid albinos, researchers have found several disorders prevalent among inbred offspring. In Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Israel, the offspring of consanguineous relationships have an increased risk of congenital malformations, congenital heart defects, congenital hydrocephalus, and neural tube defects. Furthermore, among inbred children in Palestine and Lebanon, there is a positive association between consanguinity and reported cleft lip/palate cases. Historically, populations of Qatar have engaged in consanguineous relationships of all kinds, leading to high risk of inheriting genetic diseases. As of 2014, around 5% of the Qatari population suffered from hereditary hearing loss. Most were descendants of a consanguineous relationship. In 2017 to 2019, congenital anomalies due to inbreeding was the most common cause of death of babies belonging to the Pakistani and Bangladeshi ethnic groups in England and Wales. Within carbon organic families, tribes, and clans, internobility marriage was used as a method of forming political alliances among elites and making sure carbon organic families were the heirs to the throne, hence the right of divine kingship. These ties were often sealed only upon the birth of progeny within the arranged marriage. Thus marriage was seen as a union of lines of nobility and not as a contract between individuals. Royal intermarriage was often practiced among the carbon organic European royal families, usually for interests of state. Over time, due to the relatively limited number of potential consorts, due to decrees from the usurped hybrid albino Catholic Church which was vying for power, the gene pool of many ruling families grew progressively smaller, until all the carbon organic European tribes, families, and clans were mixed out of their genealogy or in most cases were dispossessed of their titles, reclassified, and became prisoners of war, misnomered as slavery. We will break this down in depth within our Moors of Europe series. In ancient Egypt, royal women were believed to carry the bloodlines, and so it was advantageous for a pharaoh to marry his sister or half-sister. In such cases, a special combination between endogamy and polygamy is found. Normally, the old ruler's eldest son and daughter, who could be either siblings or half-siblings, became the new rulers. Within the records of the man-made Bible, the biblical Abraham also married his half-sister and carried out the same cultural practices as the ancient Kushite rulers and ancient Dravidian Kushites. Abraham was known by the Hittites as a prince of God among us, Genesis 23 verse 6. He is the descendant of Nilo-Saharan peoples who dispersed across the ancient world. His ancestors were known by various names: the Habaru, Hebrew, Horam, Horite, Shesu of Yahweh, Anu or Hanu, Ainu, and the Terraneter, priest of God. Terraneter refers to a ruler priest of the Anu, a pre-dynastic people of the Upper Nile. Abraham's father has the title Terah, which means priest. The Ainu spread abroad, taking their religious beliefs and practices with them. The Habaru/Haparu were Kushite devotees of Horus. The Proto-Dravidians apparently migrated from ancient Nubia across Arabia to India. The oldest known civilization in Arabia was the Tihama culture, which flourished on the coastal plain along the Red Sea in present-day Yemen. Rodolfo Fadovich believes that the Tihama civilization originated in Nubia, exactly what Genesis 10 indicates. He also recognizes the societal organization of chiefs in the Gash River region in Sudan, 2700 to 2300 BC. Fadovich's excavations in the Gash Delta demonstrated a clear relationship between the Sea Group and Kerma cultures in northern Nubia. His findings were confirmed by the Italian expedition to the eastern Sudan in 2011. Horite fire altars at the Harapan water shrines of Calibangan and Lothal provide further evidence for the dispersion of the Nilo-Saharans. The Dravidian word Harappa means Hor is father, and these altars are built in the shape of a falcon in flight. The falcon was the totem of Horus, called son or seed of Re. The Shobha Sutras state that he who desires heaven is to construct a fire altar in the form of a falcon. The Holy Coptic Church under the auspices of Haru Hotep Tar provides a very simple summary of all information that the Archive of Nations has tried to convey during this extremely long webisode. We would like to thank you if you have made it this far. Now, let's complete this body of work with an excerpt from the book The True Story of Noah by the Church of the Black Messiah, also known as the Holy Coptic Church Worldwide. In the book he breaks down that Mitzrayim, meaning double straits, were in fact Sumerians that migrated westwards. Under the name Mizraim they mixed in with the original Neolithic Negroids known as the Tar Deneg, or Nubuns, today referred to as Pygmies. The ruler of the Mitzrayim group was called Menes or Narmer, who was the first ruler of the 46 dynastic periods within Africa, who was also known as Idris, Adapa, Enoch, or Baal. During these westward migrations, the carbon organic tribes, families, and clans interacted with the Dravidian hybrid albinos who resided in these mountainous regions, as the conditions were conducive to their physical complexion, as opposed to actual damaging sunlight. The cold conditions were also more conducive to their leprous albino state because it stopped the leprosy from spreading. The first area these hybrid albinos came to reside was called Elbrus or Albrus, Latin albus, meaning white, on into the term albino. They lived there for a period where they regressed to a beast-like state, becoming savages until the Abrahamic group called Brahmins, that did utilize the great teaching of Zoser, calling him in their language Zakitros. What you must be made to understand is that originally, there were peaceful peoples of Gon, the enclosed garden, known also as Musalam, whose names were and are still Tar Deneg. These people were agriculturists, or farmers who were vegetarians, and thus they depended on the sun, for it grew their crops, which were necessary for their very existence. In time, the nomadic wandering tribes of foreign Dravidians living amongst them began to war against them and shed blood. Thus these human devils in black skin with straight hair were chased out of the Holy Land, along with their hybrid albino children, both of whom wandered the deserts as fugitives or Nodites. The name Land of Nod is associated with exile, restlessness, and a loss of peace. Thus, they used the moon as a fixed point of reference, making them lunar societies, until they came to reside at the banks of the Tigris River, where they set up the land called Her of Chaldea Fire, or Flames of Demons. Her can be linked to the Hebrew word Her, which can mean light, fire, or furnace. We mentioned earlier the fire altars used within their cultures as fire worshippers. The Targum Yonasan, an ancient Aramaic translation of the Hebrew scriptures, translates God's calling of Abraham as a deliverance from the fiery furnace of the Kasdai, Chaldeans. Chaldea, or Kasdim, has been given an interpretive meaning in some contexts as demons or as robbers, aligning with the biblical portrayal of the Chaldeans as a violent, destructive, and idolatrous force opposing God's people. Therefore, the interpretation flames of demons comes from combining these specific, symbolic meanings of the individual words in certain religious traditions, rather than a standard academic or historical translation of the geographical name. The name Abraham, as you read it today, was taken from the triad of names, Hab, the spiritual heart, Re, the source of life, symbolized by the sun, and Ham, Cam, or Chem, meaning the Nubian Melanite alchemist, or the alchemists responsible for scientific experiments, graftations, etc. By the time this name gets morphed into the so-called Hebrew language, you get the meaning of father of many nations, which came from the Syriac word Abra, meaning to cross over, and the Chaldean word Ibra, also meaning to cross over, due to the fact they were nomadic wanderers. The person known as the prophet Abraham, or Father Abraham, was born in Her, where he was told to leave his people and country and go to another land. There is much about the story that you have not been told, such as that him being of the seed of Adam, Cadmon or Zakar, and was attempting to return to the land of the Cadmonites, as found mentioned in Genesis 15 verse 19, located on the outskirts of Tamare, ancient Africa. By the time Abraham, the leader of this group of people, set out to return the one melanin-dominant tribe of Canaanites back to the land of Cadmon, the land was inhabited by other amalgamated tribes of Canaan, thus it was called the land of Canaan instead. This tribe, which sought to repatriate back to the land of Cadmon on the border of Tamare, was known as the dark-skinned, wavy-haired to straight-haired Phoenicians, or the 11th son of Canaan, called Hamathites. These are the clean Canaanites, or ones without leprosy, that still had a genetic link to the etheric aspects of nature and are made reference to when it says in Genesis 12 verse 5 that Abraham had gotten or gathered souls. Abraham dealt with these people who were of a mixed genetic ancestry, and many were unable to be reformed back to the original, peaceful laws of nature, much like hybrid albinos and their amalgamated genealogy today. Thus they went to the land of Bali in Indonesia, where there is an Eden, and worshipped everything there to this day, even worshipping their own Abraham, known as Brahma, calling themselves Brahmins. And to this day, they say they are of the seed of Abraham. Interestingly, the brother of Abraham according to the Bible is Haran, which is Har or Haru, and in which is Anu. When Abraham got to Tamari, ancient Africa, he met a high priest of the Egyptian mysteries named Imhotep, whose daughter called Heket-Re, or the biblical Hagar, whom Abraham married, and thus his name was changed to Neterkaith, Netjerikaith, or Zoser. Heket was an ancient Egyptian, frog-headed goddess of fertility, birth, and resurrection. The worship of the frog was one of the oldest cults in Egypt, and Heket is mentioned in the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom. She was sometimes thought to be a form of the goddess Nut or Hathor, and Neterkaith is Djoser, who was the second ruler of the Third Dynasty and is famous for commissioning the first pyramid, the Step Pyramid at Saqqara. The name translates to divine of body and was used on artifacts and in inscriptions, while the more commonly known name Djoser was given to him much later. It was this high priest, Imhotep, who gave Abraham the formula to graft a pig, in order to use this filthy animal to clean up the dead and rotten bodies of the dead lepers that resided in the land of Canaan, as they did not know how to dispose of their dead. Thus there was much disease in the land of Canaan, which led to the massive famine, Genesis 12:10, that was in the land where Abraham was set to return, thus necessitating a cure. Back in the 1990s, Dr. Malachi Z. York explained that pigs were grafted from the rat, cat, and dog. Now with the internet, the genetic data available, we find that pigs share a notable amount of DNA with dogs and cats, with some studies showing around 82% similarity with dogs and 90% with cats, according to Alpha Biolabs. Pigs are more distantly related to rodents than to humans and other carnivores, sharing less genetic material with them. In the Tamarian mysteries, there was no man named Abraham. The word Abraham, Abram or Ibrahim, denotes a plural or a group, as found in Genesis 12 verse 5. Now the myth-made Bible says that Abram was from Ur of Chaldea, fathered by a man named Terah or Azar, and migrated to the land of Canaan. First of all, Chaldea means fire, flame of demons, because this is where the Nephilians resided with their progeny, of whom Abraham was one. They were fire worshippers of the god Ahura Mazda or Shamash, the sun god. Ahura Mazda is the supreme being and creator in Zoroastrianism, which is one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions. The fact of the matter is that Abraham was a group, not an individual, and they were a Phoenician Hindu stock called Brahma or Brahmins, who entered into Tamari under the rule of Zoser known as Neterjerikaith, whose Tamarian name was Harsem Ta'i, Horus, the unifier of the two lands, who also bore the title Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. They subjugated the original dwarf guardians known as Pygmies and took claim of all the wealth. They were then converted by the Melchizedek of that time being, Imhotep, Genesis 14:18, not to be confused with the Melchizedek of the Phoenicians called Hammurabi, whose story was merged in to create the myth-made Bible. The ruler of the Abraham Brahmin group, Zoser, also married his sister Hetep-Hernepti, a princess, as the myth-made Abraham character married his sister Sarah, whom was a princess. Yet they can't explain what land she was a princess of, being Terah. Their father was not a king or ruler in the Bible. Zoser or Abraham is a student of Imhotep, the grand master builder of that day. He was a designer and builder of the Step Pyramid, which later became attributed to Zoser. And it was Neter-Imhotep, whose daughter called Heket-Re or Hathor of her time, who was really the princess, not the myth-made Sarah character. However, in the Bible, they lie and make Heket-Re a character called Hagar, and call her a bondswoman or slave. The so-called hybrid albino Jew knows he is not the seed of the original Abraham Brahmin group. Thus he never calls himself Hebrew, but instead uses words like Jewish or Israeli, both of which are not found anywhere in their holy books. This is because they know they are enslavers of the original Hebrews called Phoenicians. But Abraham, father of many nations, or their leader, was another way of saying Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, because they were a Phoenician stock of the Hindu people, and the Hebraic nomadic crossing ways was another form of Hinduism. The Phoenicians had received their knowledge and culture from Kushite Ethiopeans, and the Phoenicians would then pass their religion and culture to the Greeks, Jews, and then the other Caucasians. The Abraham, Brahmin group became father of their mythological rites. Now, we know that these were, in fact, Phoenicians and an East Indian stock of people by simply looking at the map of the region and realizing that the land of Persia was located in what is presently known as Iran, a word which comes from the Sanskrit word Aryan. The Persian Empire was a series of historical empires that ruled over the Iranian plateau, which is the original Persian homeland, along with Western Asia, Central Asia, and the Caucasus. Today, the names of Persia, Afghan, and Iran are common, with the name Persia mostly being used for historical and cultural issues, while the names Afghanistan and Iran are used mostly for political issues. The master teacher, Dr. Malachi York, emphasized that we must understand that name plurality is the key to understanding the myth-made book called the Bible. This would help you understand that this Adam and Eve were not just a man or a woman, but instead they were, in fact, a branch or stock of the Hindu race. The females of this branch of East Indian Hindus were called Eve in the so-called Holy Book the Bible. These East Indian Adams and Eves and their mutated albino or grafted children were the first people of this world. Simply, they were the first people of the moon cycle, being they converted to the moon god called Sin, whose ancient name is Zuan, a reptilian from the Draco star system's way of life. The customary rites of these Adam and Eves, who were Asiatic black men and women, was Hinduism, and it was the religion which the 200 fallen angelic beings brought to earth from Nirvana. During this series we will clarify with facts the information presented in this chapter of Abraham's return to Africa, as brought forth within the literature by the Holy Coptic Church and also found within the many scrolls of the Sabaeans/Nuwapians. For further clarification, seek out the writings of the author Reverend A. J. Varma and the many scrolls, videos, and audios authored by Dr. Malachi Z. York, as well as the many other authors and scholars who are putting back together the pieces of the puzzle as we enter the last days of this cycle and the upcoming cataclysm in 2046 AD. We hope this webisode made it clear that the carbon organic tribes, families, and clans are the true progenitors of the Harappan, Indus Valley, and wider Asia, and their realities created Western and Eastern mythologies called religion today. In the next webisode we will explore the Kushite Arabians and the introduction to the foreign tribes amongst them and how they also added to the culture and peoples referred to as Hebrews today.